Good evening, guys, and welcome to another installment of this Saturday evening live stream. We had Otagam. He said, "Wish I could be available for this one, but I'm working today. Hope you have an awesome live. If it works out, I'll try to at least listen in when I can. That works for me." Did I mute that side? No. Now I did. We have 4 in the house. Please comment so I know who you are, guys. Tay GJ West Plains and A Korean Vlogs. Good to see you. How are you doing? How has your week been? Mine has been pretty good so far, so I can't complain about that. I appreciate that. Hey, David Carlisle. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. Yeah, I think I need to do that. There, David. Now you have a blue jacket too. Well, I'm doing good, Tay. I'm really doing good. I think we could give you a blue jacket as well. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Hey, Bob. Hey, Ando. Good to see you. Good morning to you, Bob. It's evening here. Hey, PV. Good to see you, brother. I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual, so if you're up for it, you know the drill. Just click the link and join me up here. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. Yeah, I know, Bob. Yeah, I know you do. Eating now. Be with you soon. Okay, Bob. By the way, Bob, what are you eating? Okay, PV, I gave you 5. That is no problem. Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother. How are you guys doing? I hope you are all okay. Well, my wife finally fed me today. She starves me most of the times. Yeah, I figured. Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother. Ah, ravioli. I love ravioli. How are you doing, McBean? Shabby Bob, nobody believes you. Well, going to a Filipino party later today, I know there will be lots of food there. Yeah. At it again, media. Good to see you. How are you doing? Sunny and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I have no idea what that would be in Celsius, but it's probably over 20 degrees. We had rain today.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, how are you doing today? Okay, at it again, media. Well,
Oh, here I'm doing all
okay.
this. I'm doing all this typing, and I realize I can just talk.
Yeah,
I'm doing all this typing, being nice and quiet, and going, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm in the show."
yeah, you are.
So we're just getting ready to heading out to our favorite place in Utica, Illinois. So I thought
Okay,
I'd stop by and say hi to everybody.
that is nice.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a perfect day here.
Yeah. Hendo says bloody humid here, damn tropical weather. Yeah.
Where are you at?
Uh, I have no idea.
Down
It
Florida.
says Great Britain, so
31 degrees Celsius. That's hot. Yeah, especially Great Britain. You guys were cool there for a while.
yeah,
And we pushed it over to you guys, got it across the Atlantic.
yeah, probably.
Well, I just want to stop and say hi and tell everybody have a wonderful, fantastic weekend. Be safe, have fun, and
Yeah, we will have fun.
support ShadowScoutSwede's channel.
I appreciate that.
Sure
Hey,
thing, bro.
Diors, good to see you. Okay, buddy, no problem. How are you
And
doing, Diors? Hey, Warren RCG, good to see you, brother. Geez, people begin to drop in here. That's nice. Hey, Sophia Vlogs, good to see you. Mediterranean, huh? Yeah, I believe you have pretty hot weather there too. I think we do like this for you as well. How are you doing, Sophia? I hope you have a great day and great weekend. And I hope you had a great week too. I'm doing good up here. How are you doing, Warren? Hey, I am Fire Horse. Good to see you. How are you doing, I am Fire Horse? I hope you had a great week too. Okay, Sophia, no problem. It's about 89 degrees Fahrenheit in Lubbock. It might get up to 97 or 98, which is still cooler than 106. Yeah, but still hot. That's awesome. I am Fire Horse. Just taking a break. So you were on, so thought good time for a break. Lol. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Hey, PB.
Hey,
Good.
Shadow, are you okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear.
Right, I'll just get myself a little picture going. 2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. Ah, there you get your avatar up too. That's nice. Yes, your PB's here.
So yeah, it's gone from normally like 15 or 16 degrees.
Yeah.
So overnight, for the last 4 or 5 days, to 31 degrees Celsius.
That is really hot. Oh boy.
I mean, normally it wouldn't be so bad, but variable temperatures like that, you just don't get used to it, and you don't get acclimatized to it, and you're just sitting here melting all day, waiting for it to pass. And it should be starting to cool down for tomorrow.
Hey, down there. Uh, 89 Fahrenheit.
89. I don't do Fahrenheit. You have to convert it for us, CR to Celsius. It's about, must be about 13 degrees. 25-ish, is it?
Yeah. Hendo says he's been melting a whole week.
Yeah. I travelled from London all the way halfway across the country yesterday.
Yeah.
It's 86 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I travelled halfway across the country yesterday. It was bloody boiling, 30 odd degrees, traffic jams, Friday afternoon. We should have known better, but we didn't really have much choice, really. Best option was probably to park up under some trees, wait till about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and then move on. As the CR says, 95 degrees Fahrenheit is 35 degrees C.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot for Canada. I bet Canada. I mean, I've been to Canada a few times, and the seasons change quick. 1 minute it's red hot, 2 weeks later, that's it. You're in snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it's the same in Sweden, Shadow.
We had probably maybe 22 degrees Celsius today and rain.
Right. That's hot for you. I mean, you should start to see the seasons change where you are to snow soon. In the high grounds, definitely.
I haven't seen any snow yet, so it is a ridiculously unusual warm September. Usually the temperatures here usually are lower than it is now. So
Yeah, we're waiting to see the fallout from the 2 hurricanes that are over the Atlantic. One's Hilda, and the other one's I don't know the name of it, but it's heading up towards northeast coast of Canada, Halifax area, I think. And then as it works its way across the Atlantic towards us, gradually get weaker and just be a normal storm by the time it gets to us.
Yeah. And Bob says, keep the snow. I don't like it.
Yeah. Snow's got it's got its place. It's good for skiing. That's about it.
Well, at least we can go in to today's topic at least. Cybersecurity. And I think it's a good topic it's as a follow-up for last week's stream. So
was this cybersecurity in general, or any specific area?
Well, in general, basically, I learned there is 2 things I learned on that class I took on cyber security, and I think that is really important. The first we learned was these hotspots, the wireless hotspots,
Wi-Fi spots. Yep.
Yeah, those are not secure at all.
Well, it depends if the owner of the Wi-Fi hotspot router depends if they've changed the default password for a start off, and the security of how much security they've implemented. It's no good for them having a nice secure hotspot if they put the password to the Wi-Fi hotspot for a start off display on the counter so everyone can see it for a start. Yeah,
but
they're
the
definitely.
Recommendation was that you should be careful with those hotspots.
Yeah, any public network, very careful of. When you got blokes going around, there's a term for it. War driving. War driving was a term that sprung up out of film used it in the 80s, war games. And basically you get someone driving around a city scanning for free Wi-Fi hotspots, and they plot them down on a map. So they've got a complete map of all the free hotspots, and then they exploit all then they trim it down. They find all the free Wi-Fi hotspots that are have got weak security or no password and stuff like that, and then they exploit them. You see, and anyone hooked onto that Wi-Fi hotspot is then vulnerable to be exploited by these people who are war driving, so to speak, or Wi-Fi scanning. So any Wi-Fi hotspot I wouldn't even use. I mean, there's no need to use them nowadays because internet connection for a phone, for instance, or a laptop's so cheap that you can just tether from your own phone or get your own mobile connection via a dongle or something.
Yeah.
But you get a lot of people do them. You see it all the time. You go to these cafes and cheap bars, hotels, and lounges, airport lounges, and so on. And you get people just turning at students and so on, or people want to do free blogging work and stuff like that, or research, and they spend all day just sat there drinking coffee all day. And as long as they've got a cup of coffee in their hand, they're allowed to stay there all day and surf the hotspot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Joe Blogs war driving is there taking them for all they're worth. And like Outergum said last week,
Sandy, what exactly can they do to my phone if I'm on a hotspot? Well, they can hack into your phone and copy all the data you have on your phone to their phones, basically. And they can mess up your phone too if they want to.
Yes, sort of. I mean, it depends on the security walls in place.
Yeah,
Everything from the accessibility of the hotspot, the router security, all the way through to your phone security. The level of detail they can actually get would be debatable. I
yeah,
mean, you know, another key factor is if you're talking sort of info security, especially on your phone, is not to have any sensitive information on your phone to begin with. And you know, phones are walking computers, so you should implement everything you can to protect your phone. I mean, it's an absolute minefield. There's some simple
yeah,
steps you can do, but it's very easy to fall through the net and make yourself vulnerable. I mean, there's so many threats out there, from, you know, phishing emails, links in emails, social media profiling, that people like Wi-Fi scanners. They're more the opportunistic scanner,
yeah,
unless they're specifically targeting someone. Let's say they know that a particular venue has got a weak or no security in their Wi-Fi network, and they know a person of interest who is likely to have key information uses that cafe, for instance. Then they'll just exploit that person through there, or add
yeah,
what they can get at that place to their general picture of that person. So it's like any security aspect. It's a whole approach to things, especially social media. I mean, social media profiling. You can just, I mean, if you follow a person on any social media platform for a long time,
yeah,
you get to know all sorts of things about them. If you were to, you know, you could have a whiteboard on the wall, and as you watch each episode or blog or post or tweet or whatever, you can write little tiny snippets of information day by day, so on and so on. By the end of the year, you built up a whole picture of a person. You'd find out where they live, what they're called, what their dog's name is, and so on and so on, where they go shopping. And it just adds to the whole profile of the person. It makes it easier if they specifically want to get you or target you in any way, shape, or form, or you know, accrue enough information around you to subvert you in some sort of any way, shape, or form in the future. So yeah, people got to definitely watch their whole approach to the longevity of their posts and what they post online. Definitely. I mean, this shouldn't be any news to anyone, unless you were born in the last 15 years. Most people
yeah,
grew up with the, especially if you're, you know, 30 years old and older. Most people have grown up with the advent of the internet, and they've seen it develop. And likewise, they've also seen the threats develop along the way, and
yeah,
they've seen the pitfalls along the way, and then the hacks that have happened, and the malware that have made people succumb to it, and the cons that have made people thousands of pounds or dollars out of pocket, and so on. And yeah, make no mistakes about it. If people think they're clever about this sort of thing, then you've got whole states and countries that are working overtime with hundreds of people in rooms trying to get as much information out of the West as possible. So, you know,
but
if you
Iron Firehorse has a good point here, a good question actually. Is there anything you can do to really stop them, or should we just avoid hotspots?
it depends on, I mean, if you're on a public Wi-Fi network which has got, let's say, no security whatsoever, and you're just in rogue land basically. So it depends on what your actions are. If you're just looking at the weather, or you're looking at uh, a news website or anything like that, you're not really giving that much personal information away. But you are providing a one-way link into your phone purely by hookup. I mean, I'd personally avoid them all altogether.
Yeah,
Yeah, like CR says, they'd be very cautious. Maybe they'll improve my credit score.
So many perverted trolls out there. Yeah, that
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Well, yeah, Bob's right there. There's so many people out there who, I mean, how many people have had YouTube, for instance, negative comments on a video, or just comments that just trying to put you down or trying to put a negative spin on your video or channel, trolling you. And when you look to see who these people are, 9 times out of 10, these people haven't got any content of their own. It's like, oh, user has no videos or stuff like this. And they're hiding behind this thing, and it's either jealousy, or they think they know more information than you, or they don't agree with anything like that. I mean, if they don't agree with anything or they don't want to watch your video, just don't watch it. Yeah, it's just, some people want attention and all sorts. And if it don't go their way, they can quite easily adopt other more insidious methods to try and embarrass you or reveal you, for instance, or this sort of thing. I mean, I don't show my face on videos at all, and I've had people in the past saying, "Oh, do you want me to find out who you are?" Well, no, I'll do it for other reasons, not just. It's about, for me, it's about the information, the content, not about my personality or my journey, and all this sort of stuff. So I'm more of an information-based channel, so to speak. But yeah, like Bob says, Bob's got a long-term troll, and I've seen that person. I think Bob put a post on there a couple of months ago, and well, I reported him as I can't remember what reason I put, but I reported that particular channel because, they're just idiots.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got to up with any sort of any sort of threat. You know what threats there are, and try and counter them as best as possible. Yeah, I think one of the most common, not necessarily hacks, but things to be aware of is emails, phishing emails, and links.
Yeah.
Within an email. I mean, if no one knows not to click a link on an unsuspected email now, then where have you been? But not only links, it's say pictures within those emails, because a picture is a link that you're opening up. So yeah, links and photos. Don't mix work with personal. Don't use your personal laptop for work-related issues, and so on.
Most of the time, if you have some work-related things you have to do, you have a working laptop.
Well, not only that, but let's say all these quote-unquote professional jobs. Most of them have LinkedIn profiles, and if you're updating your LinkedIn profile via your personal laptop, for instance, and using it as a social media gateway into future employment, that sort of thing, you're starting to interface or overlap between the personal world and your work world. So it may sound trivial, but we're into the profiling picture there. And if you're hooked into your home router, for instance, and upstairs your son or daughter is Googling things as well, it's all starting to overlap and interlink into your big family picture.
Yeah.
But we're more probably into the grounds there of a targeted attack to an individual or a specific IP address.
And the other thing I learned was you are familiar with those NVPN and
VPNs. Yeah,
VPN and the similar VPNs. I learned, and that was the same woman who worked for MUST, the military intelligence. She said that about VPN. That is people think they are really safe, but they are not. They are not as safe as you think they are. So
Yeah, I think the only the only situation I would use a VPN in, for me personally, would be on a public Wi-Fi network.
yeah.
And then really no other reason for me. Wouldn't use one at home or anything like that. Yeah.
Hey Vanessa, good to see you. But those VPN are not as safe and reliable as people will think they are.
Yeah, well, it's like antivirus software. There's not many
Yeah.
viruses these days at all. It's mostly malware. The thing about it is there is viruses out there, and it's another layer to your security system. So if you have got an antivirus, use it. If you have got a VPN, use it. And it just bolsters
Yeah.
the walls up even further, if you see what I mean.
Sandy says, honestly, there's not much you can do with my information. Can't swat me. 1 sheriff and 3 deputies can't get credit in my name. Declared bankruptcy, show up, you'll get shot.
Well,
that's Sandy.
Thing is, in our data is always in someone else's hands. Whether you've got through electoral registers, websites that you've logged onto, and you have to give information, stuff you've paid for. You might have be part of a delivery service, Tesco, for instance. You've got to put your details into there, and it's not you that's necessarily personally vulnerable directly. It's the holders of your information. So if Tesco gets hacked, or if the electoral register gets hacked, or the airline gets hacked, they've got all the customers' details that are logged on and paid for all your shopping, all your flights, they're registered to vote, and all this sort of thing. And then, of course, all that gets sent somewhere. Whoever's hacked it, and some of it can end up on the dark web for further exploitation. But if your information's on the dark web, for instance, you can do a search. Google, if you've got a Google account, or in other words, a YouTube account, you can, there's a little security checkup facility in Google to check whether or not your email address has been sold onto the dark web. And it literally takes 5 minutes to do. It's no great hassles, so that's worth doing. There's another one. I can't remember what it is. There's a number of reverse searches you can do to check if your information on the dark web. Just do a quick Google search for it, and it will tell you what website to go to. And normally you'll have to input your email address, and it will just come back with a result. Normally a yes or no type thing, or a threat score, or something like that.
Yeah.
But another thing, if someone's working in any sort of facility or job where you've got a computer network, then another key aspect is don't mix your personal life with your work life. So don't use your work computer, for instance, to start doing your personal business and doing social media posts through your work network if you've got internet access there, or don't start buying things through your work network, because all it takes is for one person
Hey Tammy, good to see you.
All it takes is for one person with enough rights on that work network to have a grudge, and he can quite easily exploit that network for all it's worth, or implant malware onto your computer through your email system and social media profiles, for instance. And malware implantation, if it's done correctly, you won't even know it's happened. So personal and work interactions should be left completely separate.
Yeah, I agree. Vanessa has a question, actually two of them. Why would you want to show up here? Are you sure of your actions? Really?
What's the question?
That's the question. Actually, it's three questions. The first is, why would you want to show up here? Question. Are you sure of your actions? Question. And the third question is, really?
So is that what you would ask yourself if someone was to approach you, or an email or something? Is that what it's saying? Zone alarm. Right, I've heard of zone alarm, but is it an antivirus?
Yeah.
Right. Antivirus software. Most of it is bloated. It's over advertised. I mean, yes, it protects you from the latest viruses as long as you keep it up to date and do regular updates. But it won't stop it protecting you from you clicking on links and so on. I mean, there are active link protectors in various software, but not all. I don't know, I'm not a zone alarm expert. You'll have to delve into it. And before you sign up and buy these sorts of software, and some of them are free and they give basic protection, but before you actually buy and sign up to other software, you've got to delve into exactly what it protects you from. And it really comes down to, I mean, don't just rely on the software to protect you all the time. It comes down to your own personal actions and habits. You've really not got to. You don't sacrifice convenience for security, because human nature, we're all lazy and we're all like the shortest and easy route. But have all these things in place and have all the top levels of security added. Right. So it said as one is out there hacking or trying to cause harm, cyberways, or even attempt to physically come to me. My question is, well, yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, and I will only look at emails that I know or I'm expecting, and otherwise it just goes straight in the bin, straight delete. I don't even open. Yeah, exactly. Ask why am I being sent this? Who are you? What do you want? And just delete it. Same with people phoning you up. I don't accept any phone call that I'm not expecting, or I don't know who it's from. No, not interested, or just hang up straight away.
Yeah.
I mean, don't think you're going to offend these people. Some people are a bit a bit scared that they're going to start offending people. But these people fishing all the time, they're probably used to it, just like salesmen. They're used to rejection and stuff, But yeah, it's a whole approach.
Hey, Diors. Good to
Hey
see you,
guys,
brother.
like I said, I was going to join later. I was just getting the shower and everything.
How are you going? All right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, the person that should be here right now is I'm all out of gum. That's the guy that should be here from last week.
Yeah,
This is right up his alley.
I got it. Yeah, I got a message from him. He has to work, so he would wished he could join us here today, but he has to work. But he probably listening.
Yeah, but like PV was saying, and there's entire groups out there, entire countries out there that are dedicated to basically grabbing your personal information. And that's part of the reason why they banned Huawei devices here in the U.S. I think it was back in 2018, maybe 2019, because it came out, you know, like I said, Huawei was actually getting people's personal information through their phones. But that's the other reason why I won't go out of my way to download TikTok. I'm a little ticked off though that my phone by default came from the store. It came by default with the TikTok already installed on the phone, even though I did not click on any, you know, like I said, any website or anything, you know, like Google Play or anything to have it installed. It was already pre-installed, which kind of ticks, you know, like I said, it really pisses me off because, you know, now the Chinese got a back door to get into my phone. You know, even if you delete the app, they've still got a back door. They've still got a way of data mining, data collecting, you know, information off your personal device. And that's
which phone did you have?
Samsung.
Which phone did you have? Is it a new one?
Yeah, it was the last year's model. Samsung Galaxy S22.
Right, and so it came pre-installed with TikTok.
Yep, it came pre-installed with TikTok. I was like, "You got to be kidding me! I don't even visit the site."
Yeah, that's it.
And it came with it on the phone anyway. It's like,
I'll take it back. I'd refuse that. There's one thing I can't stand is all that crap bloated software that they put on pre-installed phones. One of the first things I do when I get a phone is just go through it, spend days going through every little thing on it, and disabling all the bloody crap that.
Yeah, same.
You know, because they've had some sort of contract to put it on there. It's ridiculous, especially TikTok. It's like a kiddies thing. I can't stand the thing.
Well, like I said, I won't use it because, like I said, it's a Chinese spy software. Whether people want to agree with that fact or not, whether people want to believe it or not, it's a Chinese spy software. At the end of the day, they are data gathering, they are data mining information off your device the second it's installed on your phone. You don't even have, you know, like I said, most people say, "Oh, all I have to do is create an account." No, all you have to do is have like I said, you have to have the application or the program installed on your device.
People got to realize
temporary, just to browse some stuff that people post on there.
Yeah, people got to realize China is not our friend.
No,
and they just go grey zone warfare again. It's just, you know, the one step below physical conflict, and they're just completely 24/7 all the time. They're just attacking us, and they must be laughing when they bought TikTok out, because how ridiculous Western minds are to get hooked into one of their, you know, Trojan horses. It's absolutely laughable.
Yeah, like I said, I'm still pissed that it came by default pre-installed. It's like I never clicked on it, never went to the Google store to have it downloaded, nothing. It was already there. It was only when I learned how to force uninstall applications off my phone, because I was getting kind of frustrated because these newer applications, that's why I tell people I'm a little hesitant about downloading apps on my phone. It's not just because they can get your personal information, but you have a whole bunch of apps installed on your phone. It will be they'll start taking up a lot of data because they'll start competing with one another, you know.
They'll be when they're sucking up your data and using your allocation if you haven't got unlimited data.
Well, shoot, they've already proven here in the U.S. unlimited isn't unlimited. Like they will slow your data down enough, you know. If you start using up so much data, so many gigs of data in a month, you know, on your quote unquote unlimited plan, they will slow it down to a point where it's, you know, your phone's basically useless outside of making phone calls and doing texts.
Yeah.
But no, like I said, they take up data competing with one another. That's one of the reasons why I don't want the apps on my phone to begin with. You know, you got all these restaurants and grocery stores and different places like download our app. I'm like, no, I'm not downloading your app. Dude, you and 20 other places I visit want me to download your app. I'm not doing it. It just takes up space on my phone.
Yeah.
And then when it comes time to delete the app because you're not using it for whatever reason, dang, things are hard as hell to remove off your phone. Like, they make it so difficult. I actually found some easier ways to remove the apps now, but like, you go onto like your general settings, to uninstall apps. You got force stop and uninstall and disable and all that is the option. Well, some of them it don't even come up with uninstall. You just got force stop or disable, and it's like that's freaking utter crap because these aren't even default apps on the phone.
Yeah, that's the type of pre-installed software stuff that doesn't let you uninstall it.
Just quick, just for quick, reference for everybody here that's in the stream. If you've got yourself an Android phone and you need to uninstall an app, like force uninstall the damn thing, scroll over to whatever tab or page that the app's installed, hold your finger on the app, like just hold it like you're basically doing like a hard click, and it should come up with an option to uninstall the app right then and there. But that's what I had to do. That's what I had to do with the TikTok thing, because that wasn't uninstalling. I had some other apps that I wasn't using that I had to install from previous employment, and it's just they're just taking up space, but they don't leave an option to delete. And the other thing too is I don't like it when I've got like 20 pages I have to scroll through for all these apps that are installed on my phone just to get to one particular app that I want to use. Like my Amazon Prime, want to listen to my music, or Amazon Prime to watch a movie. I don't want to be like, because it got to a point where it's like the two apps that I use the most, they were clear to the back, and I had all these other apps I don't use, or I quit using because I didn't need them anymore.
One of the first things I did when I got my phone is root it. And then you can get a lot more options to do various things with it, including you can install a separate operating system altogether.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to do a quick shout out to Aid, because I know he's in the
yeah. Good to see you, Rita.
Anyhow, no, and I was going to say, kind of springboard off what you said last week there. PV. So you made the comment of it's impossible to not be tied into the grid over here in England, without vehicle registration or some sort of physical address and everything. Well, it's the same here. It's the exact same thing over here in the US. There's no way you're going to be quote unquote living off the grid unless you want to be a refugee or a homeless person. There's no way you're going to be, living off the grid and being above board and everything. You've got to have some sort of physical address where they mail your paycheck to. That way they know where to send your taxes and bills to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's so hard to do.
Well, I'm saying if you want to be legal, you need to have some sort of physical address. You have to be tied in some way, shape, or form, at least here in the U.S. I don't know how they do things up in Alaska, because there are some like super, super remote reaches of Alaska, which I wouldn't even know how those people got their mail sent to them. Like, I understand those individual homesteads, because they're so far out into the Alaskan frontier, they actually generate their own power, and they have to pump their own water for their own wells and everything like that, and burn wood for their heat. I wouldn't know how that would work, up there, because like I said, there's a reason why they call it the last frontier. But again, I don't know how that works. I would imagine it's probably no different there, but again, one can only speculate.
Yeah, I mean, there are things in place that you can do that, but not many people do it because it's just so inconvenient. I mean, car insurance, for instance, which you have to have by law over here.
Yep.
And
Same.
trying to find a place that you can actually walk into to get car insurance is, you probably find one in every city, and it's just completely impractical to do if you're hundreds of miles away. So people just do it online. It's mainly convenience that it comes down to, but it's not impossible, but practically it is in this modern day.
Yeah, well, like you can't be I was gonna say, you can't be a property owner here without being a taxpayer, and you cannot legally drive a vehicle on public roads here without a valid vehicle registration, up to date tags. When I say up to date tags, I'm talking about up to these stickers that that you put on your license plates. Most states they got it where you put it on your license plate. Some places like Texas, for some reason, they want you to stick it on your windshield of your car, but you put it on your license plate, and that basically lets the police know as they're driving by and they're checking people's registrations and license plates and everything, that lets them know that you've got valid up to date registration and valid up to date insurance. A lot of places, like at least in Colorado where I used to live, if your insurance wasn't up to date, it could invalidate your vehicle registration. Like I said, it's mandatory here in the U.S. and all states that you must have insurance to be driving on public roads, and you got to have, like I said, valid, registration on the vehicle.
Yeah, that was my point earlier, was because in some way, shape or form, people have got their emails and other details, more in-depth personal details, tied to some other company or establishment. Then you're at the mercy of that establishment as to their security, because if their security gets hacked, the details they hold on you has also gone with it. So, I mean, in some circumstances, you can't avoid that, but you can avoid things like when you go into some checkouts, they say, "Oh, have you got an email address for discounts and stuff like that?" Just say no, because half the time the discounts they offer you through these loyalty schemes and discounts, they just aren't worth it anyway, versus the threat, because it's some smaller establishment who can't afford to spend the level of money on the proper securities. 9 times out of 10, your details are going to get hacked anyway.
Well, it's like one of the places I like to go to from time to time. And I don't know if they've got them over in England or not. It might be just an American thing, but there's a hardware store chain in the U.S. It's called Harbor Freight. Then you can actually get some reasonably priced power tools, and usually I'll go there for like hard to find tools, like sheet metal related stuff. You can actually buy an English wheel over there, because you can't buy that crap over at Lowe's Home Improvement Store, or Home Depot, or Westlake Ace Hardware. You have to go a place like that. You can buy yourself like a MIG welder, or a MIG wire welder, or a flux coated wire welder, or stick welders and stuff like that over there. One of the things that always irritates me is that they're always asking for like my phone number and everything. It's like, what do you need that for? Oh, it's for demographics. Like, I don't want to give you my information anyway, just because I don't want to be getting texts.
Data profiling.
Yeah. Or they'll ask for your physical address. Oh, we want to mail you some coupons. I don't care. I don't shop here enough to where I'm going to need those coupons. And even then, you guys got sales going on. You guys give out sales flyers and coupons at the store at the time that I'm looking for stuff. So don't need it.
Well, that sort of thing is it's guerrilla marketing and aggressive marketing tactics. Because once they got your email address, they've got you then. And as far as they're concerned, they can not only profile the customers on the trends and what they're buying and all this sort of stuff, but they can actively just blindly send out loads of advertising to you. And the biggest problem with this sort of thing is, if you're hooked up to so many of these schemes, you probably forget how many you've actually hooked up to.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna say, hey, Sandy's Serenity Corner. I do refuse them most of the time. Like I said, I do refuse them.
Yeah, refuse them all the time. Me,
But like some of them, that they'll ask for is like a zip code. We just want to get demographics of which area of the state people are coming from. We got postal codes.
Yeah, and a year down the line, you're hooked up to so many of these things, or you signed up to so many of them that people forget, and they get this odd, spurious email come through, and they blindly click on it because there's some offer going, and it's actually not what they signed up ever for. It's some other phishing email, and that's it. They've gone. They've now accessed or given access to some third party, and they've got access to your computer. Not worst case, but
Yeah. I mean, we did some cybersecurity training back when I was in the Navy, but that cybersecurity training was so out of date. It was even out of date when I was in. I was like, boy, this stuff, I when I was in, it was pretty much right at the time when like technology, phones, computers, everything started advancing like extremely quick. And it's like the freaking training they had, like at that time, and actually I would not be shocked even till this day if it was the exact same training they're still given to the troops. But like if they're still using it today, it's like literally the training program's like 10 years old. Like technology advances so quickly. There's a reason why they say, yeah, you go to the store and you buy a computer, and by the end of the week it's already obsolete because they got the newest and latest and greatest thing coming out. And the same goes for a lot of phones too. It's the same deal, Technology moves so quick in the advancement.
It's true, but if you adopt the basics, it will adhere to all digital systems. Our reliance on digital systems has grown that much that we've left ourselves vulnerable in every aspect of our lives. People want to adopt basic security issues when it comes to cybersecurity or network security or information security. Then they've got to look at the threats, but there's various things you can do. You can air gap all your essential files. Always use double authentication, two-factor authentication when making purchases. Encrypt your phone. Lock. Make sure there's a lock screen on your phone. Have password managers. So there's lots of one user won't just have one password. He'll have 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. So it's hard to. It would be wrong to have one password for all those accounts. So a good password manager, where you just input one master password and it just gives you access through your browser, is a good idea. Smart shopping, smart browsing. I mean, there's various systems in place, and like I said to Shadow, there's whether you use a VPN or an antivirus, all these little layers add up to a more safer network for yourselves. So on a browser, for instance, you can put strict browsing on. You can do the same with most browsers nowadays. Your operating system has got various levels of security. Go through each one of those and spend a good day or 2 days going through all these little security tick boxes to make your security more robust. But it's a playoff against functionality versus speed versus security. Because if we have all these systems checked and everything's strict, fine, we'll be more robust than we would have done. But you'll find that some websites won't allow you on. You have to do all sorts of extra steps. Even having a thing like an ad blocker. I always use an ad blocker, and I can't access various websites. It says turn
Yep,
your ad blocker
yep.
off first and
No,
things like
yeah,
that.
like I said, I pay for AdBlock Plus as my default web browser on my phones.
Yeah,
Like whenever I'm on YouTube, with the exception of live streams, I'm doing it straight from the ad block because I don't get those annoying video ads that YouTube's insisting on playing. And
yeah. I
the one
got a
thing that
warning for you here.
they're able to get through, though, it's starting to annoy me, is that every now and then, it doesn't happen
Yeah,
all the time, but every now and then I'll see like a banner ad, or I'll see like a block image, text ad, underneath
yeah.
certain videos. It's not on all of them, but I think it's like the higher profile, creators or whatever.
Well, those ad blockers, sometimes for a phone, for instance, you would get the first advert before the video starts, and then you won't see them again. But I was only reading last week, Google have announced that if you are, in the future, it said, it didn't say when, but users of YouTube that use ad blockers will be denied access in the future because they want to push, obviously, their advertising stream equals their revenue and that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
in the
I
future, they're going to
get
start.
annoyed, like I can deal with a video ad playing, say, at the beginning of a video, and maybe a video ad playing at the end of the video, because I can always skip. But I don't like it when they stop the video mid video, and they do that. They'll do it like 3 or 4 times, especially if it's a pretty long video, just to play little 10-second ads. Or some cases, some of these ads, they're just straight up. They're like 20 minutes long, 30 minutes long. Who the hell has time to sit there and watch all that? And secondly, I look at it from the aspect of, this is taking up data off my phone. Like it's taking data off my phone just to have these damn ads play.
Yeah, I mean, I've got one installed, but the channels that I subscribe to, I take it off so that they can get their revenue through that, if you see what I mean. And then other channels that I'm not subscribed to. So, Brave, yeah, that's just one type of browser, yeah.
CR was talking about Brave. Is that browser? Is that like AdBlock?
No, it's a browser. It's like Firefox, for instance. It's an alternative to Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge and that sort of thing.
I stopped using Firefox years ago because they started having security issues too, and I, at the time, had went to Google Chrome. This is prior to them coming out of woodworks and showing us their true colors. And then, like I said, I started doing the ad block from here on out because I'm just tired of getting data mined, for one thing, but I'm tired of these stupid ads. And these ads you don't even necessarily have to click them. If they're playing in the background, or if you accidentally hover your mouse over the link, it'll automatically download to your computer. And, think about it. Even if you aren't actively visiting the site, if it's playing something in the background, it's already downloaded to your computer. It has to. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it to begin with.
Well, I will say security starts at the physical aspect. So when people are considering online security, cyber security, you've got to go back to your roots and look at the physical aspect first. I mean, it was only less than 2 weeks ago now, a big government establishment over here was hacked. And when it came down to it, it was because one of the users in the network had his password written down on a post-it note under his keyboard, which is just unforgivable. It's the basics of the basic drills. Just one person and someone like a cleaner came in, accessed that, logged onto it and did what he liked, harvested what he liked, could have implanted God knows what on there. And it all came down to the weak link, the human, the physical security barrier. And it's the same as any other establishment. The employers will be the biggest robbers of the establishment, and they'll be the biggest weak link in the chain, and it would come down to the values and standards of your employees, how you vetted them, and training and awareness at the end of the day. But that's big networks and stuff, you know. I mean, one thing a lot of people can do, and I've done this myself. I'll check it every couple of weeks or months or whatever. Is it's interfacing the other way around from cybersecurity or online security back to the physical world. So I'm talking now specifically like mapping. Google Street View, Apple have got a big mapping competitor now, similar to Google Street View, and Bing Maps have got Street View as well. It's all too easy for someone to wreck your house or your establishment or wherever you are before they burgle it. Easy, just look at the Street View. All right, there's a door there, low fence, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And they can quite easily just spend a couple of hours analyzing your whole footprint of your house, all around it.
That's only true though if the Street View's up to date, because like I've noticed, like when I looked at my old house in Colorado on Street View, the Street View hadn't been updated in like 12 years. Like it's still the same Street View from 2011.
Depends where you are. I mean, they do. We see the Google Streetcar come around here at least once a year, all over. And anyway,
my entire life I've only ever seen the Google Streetcar once.
Right. The point is if people are concerned about their property, I mean, they can go online now and look at their property and determine whether it's up to date or not. Is on Google Maps and Bing, I wouldn't worry too much about Apple because their Apple Street View isn't very good at the moment. It doesn't cover many areas at all. But Google Maps and Bing Maps, you can go on there and you can request that your property is deleted from Street View. And the end result is it normally takes, I think Google Maps took me 2 weeks and Bing Maps took me about a month before it actually happened. Is when you go back onto Google Maps Street View, your property will be it will just look fuzzy, out of focus, and you won't be able to determine anything.
It is blurred out, basically.
Yeah, blurred out, yeah. And the Microsoft Bing Street View, it comes up with a white box around where you've requested it to go. And it's actually on the screen. So when you're on Google Maps Street View, you've got a little option somewhere. I'm not looking at it at the moment. And you basically report an issue, and you list it down as a report of privacy concern, and then you give a little reason, and then that's it. No questions asked. A couple of weeks later, it's all fuzzy and blurred out. So that's a real good, definite thing if people are concerned about their home security, is to do that. It costs nothing, and it's done.
Yeah.
I'm going for a short bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute. So keep it going.
Sounds good.
Go for a cyber break.
I was going to say that to create redundancy, because he said ads mid sentence and going back to the whole video ads. That's the other reason why I hate it. Why I hate YouTube anymore, and I refuse to pay for premium. I absolutely do. But like I said, I'm just gonna keep using ad blockers until Google strong arms me to where I have to use regular browsers.
I can't really see the benefit of YouTube Premium.
No, I can't either.
Yeah, it's just. I know you can download things, but who wants to download stuff? You watch it once and that's it, done. Just save it as a favorite.
Yeah, Iron Fire Horse. They're supposed to by default. They're supposed to blur out all license plates on vehicles.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, some cases they might even, if it's a commercial vehicle, like a commercial van or a truck or something like that, it's got like a phone number on the side of the vehicle or logo. they'll even blur those out too. It's not all the time. I think it's like on a case by case basis, kind of like what PV was saying. You know, somebody puts in a request, hey, I need you to blur this out. This is privacy reason.
One of the things I was on about earlier, to determine if your details have been put on the dark web or been compromised, it's a website called haveibeenpawned.com. And pawned is spelled PWNED. Haveibeenpawned.com.
Yeah.
And it will just ask you for your email address and so on. It will give you some sort of response as to whether or not it has been. But yeah, I mean, going back to the physical aspect and the interaction between the physical world and the digital world, bank cards are a key threat these days. And it's a basic security issue. Is you've got these tap and go pay cards. Most bank cards are tap and pay these days, and they've got a limit of $100 or £100 or whatever it is. Simply just get an RFID protection wallet and put it in there. It's not just tap and pay. If someone nicks your card or you lose your wallet, someone picks it up, they can just walk around the street and just start tapping and paying for things willy-nilly without any sort of checks. Or if you got your cards in an unprotected wallet in your back pocket or your coat, someone can just quite easily walk past you and skim your card, copy your card details straight away through your clothes and stuff.
Yeah.
So easy to do, but
so that's why you need something like this to protect your cards.
Yeah, RFID case. Yep.
Yeah, RFID and CF protected. So
yeah, that's probably going to be a better build quality than what I'd seen over here in US. They had this as seen on TV, and they called it the Illumina wallet. I had one of those, got one of those for Christmas one year, and went to go put everything I had in my old wallet into that. The second I closed it, the back hinge cracked and broken. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Made in China garbage.
This one hold up really well. So
I've just got a Life Systems RFID wallet, and it just looks like a normal wallet. It looks fabric, but it works. I mean, people are concerned about their own sort of vulnerability online and how exposed they are. Do your own penetration testing. Yeah, get one of your family members to go online and give them a challenge to see how much information they can get off of you, or try and hack through your own systems, that sort of thing. I came across an article, a website, a couple of days ago, Shadow, and it's called, and this is particularly for people who have got their photos of their face online or in videos.
yeah,
it's not the reason why I do it. It's don't show my face. It's just it's a new thing that I've spotted that's come up. Right, it's a
Sorry about that. I kicked myself out.
Right, it's a website called PIM Eyes, PIM Eyes, PIMeyes.com, and it's a face search engine that does a reverse image search online for your face, or a face that you want to find. So what you do is, if you want to find someone, or you want to find the footprint of a person who's had their face online, let's say they've got a YouTube channel. You watch the YouTube channel, take a screenshot when you see their face, upload that screenshot to this website, pimeyes.com, and it will reverse image search for every, and it's an AI search as well. It's very accurate. Every image that matches that person's face across the internet that's ever been put on there. And not only will it do that, it will give you a link to the website that appears on, so you can span and build up a profile of that individual thereafter. You do have to pay for in-depth results, but it will throw up a free result as to the pictures of that particular person you're after. So this is going back to profiling again. So yeah, it's quite a good little fun thing to do, I suppose, to keep you aware of the threats.
It's making me think of that scene from that old movie, Jim Carrey movie, Truman Show, where he's like ripping off eyes and faces, portions of faces off of these magazines that have, feature cover girls or whatever. Yeah. He's trying to construct this one face of this one lady that's no longer in his life, and he's trying to do it in secret.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is where we're going now. You see, nothing is safe. What you put something online now, it's there forever.
Yeah.
Most of the things you try and delete.
Well, you got the Wayback Machine, that automatically backs up everything, even if it's like a still image, screen cap.
Well, most things you try and delete will be deleted, apart from Wayback Machine snapshots over the years, and they happen periodically. So they may not capture and snapshot everything. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's just one of many. These reverse image face search things. There was an article as well that I came across, and this is concerning. This is starting now to demonstrate vulnerabilities of the cyber world. And basically, what this article was saying, it was an AI software got a photo off of Instagram. This was someone trying to demonstrate how good things are now. It got a photo of two guys off Instagram, and using the open video cam system, it searched for these two guys live, and it found them, and then that's it then. They were pinged straight away. You could tell where in the world they were live, walking down the road, based on what they looked like and their face. And that was quite a revelation. And that harps back to that film a while
Truman
back.
Show?
No, Gene Hackman was in it.
Wait, you're talking about that Gene Hackman and Will Smith, I think it was Enemy of the State?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. That sort of, when you watch that back then, you thought, it can't.
I'm actually gonna, one of these days I will watch that movie. I've been wanting to watch that one. It was on Netflix, but it's not on Netflix anymore. But I've been meaning to rewatch it. I haven't seen that since I was like a kid, man. That was like 20 years ago, like over 20 years ago.
The technology's there now.
Yeah.
With assistance of AI, they can get a Instagram photo and then automatically go through the Open Video Network. And if anyone doesn't know what the Open Video Network is, if you type in live cams, discount all the XXX rated stuff that will pop up, but you'll get a series of webcams around the world from, say, New York and London, all this sort of stuff. They're live open cams, non-encrypted, all that sort of stuff. And they're the sorts of things that will search through. There's millions and millions and more through the world now. So yeah, it's getting concerning. Yeah, because what another series of tools that people can use on the offensive side or inquisitive side, or however you want to call it, is the OSINT network. If anyone's not familiar with the OSINT network, it's the Open Source Intelligent Network. And it's a series of tools.
Yeah.
And they're wide ranging.
I got to answer this question real quick. So, Sandy was asking if that capability exists, how there's still fugitives from justice. Well, I don't, the problem is, like I said, I don't think people you actually have to assign agents to actively track these people, and it's resources that they have to allocate. It's not. Yeah, like if there's somebody who's high profile that they're trying to find, they're gonna find them. Okay, no questions asked, they're gonna find them. But in some cases, you gotta wonder. Like I said, I'm deviating, but you gotta wonder if some of these people aren't government sponsored agents themselves. But like I said, in the case of like for instance the Boston bombing guys, it didn't take them very long to find them because they were actively looking for them. They actually had eyes out there. They were checking the camera footage throughout the city and trying to track these guys. So it wasn't so.
Yeah, I think the point is the capability is there, and if they want to throw all the resources at it, they can.
Yeah,
and it could work.
It's a matter of assigning the agents in question to look for them. It's not like, oh, we got a ping here, we got them right now. No, it's like they're not. They got to be active because you got to think. They're going to be assigning agents to cases, on a case by case basis, based on what the profile of the case is. You ever heard the term? Yeah, they got bigger fish to fry. Well, in some cases, that's why some of these fugitives from justice, are there. And often cases, whenever it's a case, fugitive from justice, usually it's based on a crime that was committed in another state. So in lots of cases, all you have to do is cross state lines. Granted, now you got the FBI getting involved, but you don't have the local law enforcement arm that's looking for you because they're not allowed to be enforcing the law outside their jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be persons of interest, and depends if they're a high value target or not. Depends on how many resources are allocated to it. But I mean, for the general person on the streets, we wouldn't really worry about this sort of tech for us at the moment, unless you've done something really, I mean, there was a case recently, and this is going to be an interesting revelation when it comes out. I haven't delved into how this person was caught. But this week there was an Iranian spy who was in one of our prisons. It's quite a maximum security prison. It wasn't a high max security prison. It was just a prison, with some nasty people in there. Anyway, he's an Iranian. He joined the British Army for 13 weeks, left. I don't know why he left or whatever, but it turned out this guy was an Iranian spy. I don't know why he was put in prison, but there you go. Anyway, he escaped this week, and he was. They caught him today, or was it yesterday? I think it was today. It'd be interesting to know, and he must have been a high value target. This bloke. It'd be interesting to know how they caught him, and probably suspect that it was through some sort of human intelligence network, or by physical means, not via the digital recognition route. But we'll see. It will come out in the next couple of days as to how they caught him, because it's a high profile case in the papers, and they'll be all over it for an exclusive. Yeah, that's it could well be AI. But that's the other set of tools I was on about earlier was the OSINT network, and there's a bunch of tools that the police use, intelligence agencies use, detectives use, and all this sort of stuff. And it's a multitude of different programs that accumulate data. And if you want to gather information about an establishment, person, group of people, and so on, you can gradually profile these people to more in-depth information using all these tools. And if anyone just Googles the OSINT network, they can see what these tools are. Some of them, these tools will be just double Dutch to people. but they are quite revealing if you know what to look for and what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking here on the professional level, high level of information and intel gathering here with the OSINT type open source intelligence network, and the group of analytical tools they use to gather information. This sort of thing is employed in big public events like voting and the build up to a voting election, that sort of thing. You know, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the basics of it, a simple set of things to do, actions and procedures, and getting all your tick boxes on your websites and naming conventions on your phones and networks and changing default passwords. They're all, you know, following links. All these things are so basic to do, but they're effective as well.
Yeah. I do have one thing I want to bring up, you know, like whenever there's stuff, you know, whenever somebody's offering you something free, as far as like the applications and programs are concerned, just remember this little rhyme. If it's free, the product is me. So basically they're data mining your information. So if that's one of the reasons why you got to be careful. You know, people talk about, oh, just get a VPN. Well, you got to be careful about what VPN you're getting, because there's some VPNs out there that are quote unquote free, but they're actually not protecting you. They're data mining your information. You know?
Yeah. So smoke and mirrors some of that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just, people have got to be so cynical these days, and they've just got to say no to things. Just you got to. It's getting to the point where you start living, narrowing your online life down in fear of being abused or exploited through everyone, basically. It's just ridiculous. I won't even accept, me personally, a tap and pay card from the bank. I want one when that isn't an option, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, at least here, I don't know how they do it over there, but here I'd actually be shocked to find a card that didn't have the tap and pay option anymore, because by default they all come that way. You know, like I don't think there's an option that asks for it to not be there.
Yeah, I've got last time my card renewed, it came through as a tap and pay, and I refused it, and they sent me a conventional one. You know, it'll probably run out in a couple of years. And when the other one comes through, I think you've got the option. I think it only activates when you first use it. So don't use it at all. Just use it as, you know, a conventional card. There are, well, what people can also do, I mean, especially nowadays, this is quite a thing I'm starting to think about adopting, is have, say, 2 or 3 bank accounts. One with all your savings in, for instance, one with your day-to-day sort of money, and then one separate one altogether for online purchases. And if you want to buy for something for £100, $100, you transfer something into that account, use that card, and it's paid for. And if that card gets scammed, hacked, or stolen, or whatever, you've lost nothing. You've just lost, you know, you've got nothing in that account to lose, really.
That's what a lot of people here do. They'll actually, it's not the bank accounts. They'll actually buy the prepaid gift cards. So, you know, they can, the prepaid debit cards they can use for online purchases. You know, obviously they're going to charge you a percentage for a fee at each transaction. And they're going to probably, like I said, there is going to be an activation fee. And then, of course, you know, after so many months, then they're going to start basically eating up the what the heck do they call it? basically the money you put on the card.
Yeah. Is Sandy's Serenity Corner says that's what PayPal's for. I used to use PayPal for that very reason. You want to do a purchase, put something into PayPal, buy the item, and that's it. But PayPal started to get a bit transaction fees through eBay and stuff were ridiculous, and PayPal's PayPal's policies were starting to get a bit insidious. If you didn't agree with all the woke things that were coming out, they'll start to close your account or give you warnings down.
Yeah, and that's what happened to
now.
Alex Jones. That's what happened to Alex Jones few years ago, right before like all the social medias and websites got together and nixed his entire InfoWars website and store. Yep. PayPal went out and they announced that you were no longer going to be able to buy anything off of InfoWars, period, be it using their service.
There's a guy in Britain, Nigel Farage. He orchestrated, he was a member of the European Parliament, and he orchestrated the Brexit campaign. And he basically, he's so good, he should have been if he runs for politician, he would get Prime Minister just easily. Anyway, the point is, the mainstream politicians in the country don't like the way he stirs people up. Well, I wouldn't say he stirs people up. He tells the truth, and he knows what people are thinking. He knows what the general population is like and what riles people up. Anyway, someone had it in for him. Next thing you know, his bank accounts are being closed, and the reason given, and he said if it can happen to him, it can happen to anyone. The reason given was that the bank's policies didn't agree with his behavior or opinions. Yeah. So without warning, he did have warning. 3 or 4 months. His bank accounts were to be closed, and it transpires that it wasn't just that bank, which is an exclusive bank called Coots. It happens with a lot of banks, and people have got to look at when they're banking. I mean, you're talking about cyber security here. Banks are all. Name me a bank that isn't cyber connected. All banks, you might think you've got a nice little unique bank with a nice little cottage name or little industry, but it's probably owned by one of the mainstream banks anyway.
Yeah,
all governed by the same policies and security aspects. And like I said, anything cyber relates to physical security. And
anymore they're starting to become one, one the same.
Yeah, I regularly go past a bank data center, and it's got a huge building the size of an aircraft hangar. It's full of it's probably full of servers. I don't know. It's double fenced, all this sort of thing, and your whole bank account, life savings or whatever, everything you own, monetary wise, all relies on the physical security of that building. Double fence, security cameras, the integrity of the security staff and all the procedures they've got in place. I mean, what would happen if something, and what I'm getting at here is don't have all your eggs in one basket, make yourself as robust as possible. Is that if that data security center was to fail, get hacked, burned down, or destroyed in whatever way, shape, or form, then you potentially lost all your earnings, all your life savings, and so on. I know here in Britain, the government, quote unquote, says that each person's got an £85,000 safety net if the banks were to go bust, but that counts for each bank, not individual.
It's like here in the U.S. the FDIC like your bank accounts are insured, I think up to $10,000. That's only if you've got like 10,000 or more in savings in your account. Otherwise, the protection doesn't fall on you.
So,
And even so, for those who actually do have more than $10,000 in the bank, for the ones that actually do have $50,000 or $60,000 cash savings, it's
so your government safety net is 10,000, is it?
yeah,
Right.
it's the FDIC.
So that's right here. Here it's £85,000. That's per bank.
Yeah.
People have got to be aware that if you say have got 2 bank accounts, the governing bank for those 2 bank accounts has got to be different. Because if it's the same, you haven't got an £85,000 per bank there. You've just got one single security.
Yeah, but here there's
umbrella.
also a hierarchy too of who's going to get their money first. Obviously, it's going to be the banks, it's going to be the major investors, and the little folks, the little guys, they're going to be left holding the bag. Essentially, I don't really trust that FDIC insurance thing nearly as far as I could throw it.
Right. I always go back to the Cyprus scenario.
Yeah.
And what happened in Cyprus is the 2 banks. There was the Bank of Cyprus, which was their sort of state bank, and the Laika Bank. And they both went bust literally overnight. On the Friday evening, all ATMs were closed all weekend. People were wondering why. Transpires Monday morning comes round, both banks have gone bankrupt. And to save some form of sort of banking system in
liquidity,
the country, they combined into one bank. I think it's now called the Laika Bank of Cyprus or something like that. So they combined to preserve a bank. But in order to do that, they had a bail-in.
Yep.
So that anyone with anything over 10,000 euros in the bank, they took a percentage of that money off of you straight away. No questions asked. You couldn't do anything about it.
They're off the top. To
preserve the bank. And the people lost thousands and thousands. So,
yep.
Yeah. As CR says there, you diversify because vulnerabilities are everywhere.
Well, like over here, and like so this is more of the prepper survivalist talks. People talking about bank closures, bank failures. A lot of them talk mostly on the terms of the U.S. dollar, U.S. currency not being worth anything because it's the world reserve currency, and there's still some saber rattlings. That China's going to come out with their gold backed yuan, and the BRICS nations are going to be using that as their medium of exchange for international debts. And if that happens, like I said, the U.S. dollar is going to be toast. But yeah, no, there have been talks about any money that you deposit in the bank, whether it's in a physical safety deposit box or whether it's in an electronic bank account, savings account, checking account, they've rewritten the laws here on the books to where that those are considered to be unsecured loans to the banks. Point blank, So like the government has done an excellent job here, pigeonholing people. You're a suspicious person if you've got more than $1,000 cash on you at any point in time. Physical cash. It doesn't matter if you've got it stored in your house or if you got it in your car, if you got it in your wallet, or if you got stuff down your sock and your shoe. But at the same time, if you put the money in the bank, now it's treated as an unsecured loan. And, if the bank for any reason starts to falter, the individual banks start to falter, or if the currency starts to falter, they can dip into your savings account and use that as a means of basically bailing out the bank, just saving the bank, keeping it from going bankrupt to the Federal Reserve or wherever they're getting their money loaned from, because like that's the deal. A lot of these banks loan each other money, and with the fractional reserve, like I said, I know I'm getting way off topic. We're going down another rabbit hole, but I'll get back on topic here soon. But get fractional reserve, so like 10% of whatever's on the books is actually available in cold hard cash with fractional reserve banking. The problem is with them being able to bail you in, they got one or two options that they'll probably do. They'll be like, sorry, tough crap, it's your loss, or they'll give you stocks and bonds. Well, stocks, in the bank. They'll give you basically a worthless stock as an investment to the bank, for them taking your money without your consent to bail them out as a thank you. And the stock's worthless. The stock would obviously be worthless at that point in time because they are already proven to you and the public that they are insolvent.
Yeah.
But it is a scary precedent when you think about it, that banks and hell, even employers, they have that power anymore, and they can look at your social media and they can look at your political views or your political stance, and they can deny you service or make you unemployed or take your money based on your beliefs.
This starts to go towards the Chinese model of the social credit system.
Exactly.
In which I think we're standing back at the moment and watching them do a beta test of how it's all going to pan out. But it seems to be, so far, looking at them over there, it's working. But, the Chinese are a serious threat, and it's particularly digitally. And it just makes you wonder. I mean, soon there'll be Chinese cars flooding the market, and the key concern with these Chinese cars flooding the market is how much of a remote control mechanism has been pre-installed into these cars, because you'll probably guarantee that each of these cars have now got some sort of satellite receivers in them, and so on.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi. I mean, there's loads of cars now with Wi-Fi in them. How many people don't turn them off and so on? And but it brings me on to another point: vehicle security. It might not be such a cyber aspect of it at all, but you can get a man-in-the-middle recorder now, in which you come out your door, your keyless entry, remote unlocking operates it. Someone's recording that. You go into your house, for instance, after you locked your car, they play it back, unlock the car, and that's it, away they go. Same as Ring doorbells. Ring doorbells and cloud-based cameras, they're all very well and good, but people are leaving themselves open to remote exploitation, should I say. So the only thing they can do really in that instance is to delve into the settings and the passwords and change it all to a more secure network and rename the camera system or the network to something which isn't blatantly obvious. It's a camera system.
I'm going to say this. I'm actually okay with the Ring doorbell cameras. There's really not a whole lot of information, at least as far as like the camera itself is concerned. It's going to be able to gather other than anybody approaching my front door and anybody leaving through the front door of the house.
They're good tools, definitely.
Yeah. I see more good. I see more benefit than I do see. Than I do see anything bad from the Ring. I'm not saying they aren't without those problems. I'm saying I could make an exception for the Ring.
Yeah, it's got to weigh up the odds of what the threats are. But definitely a good deterrent. Personally, I mean, the one I use, the camera system I use, it's got a backup storage method as well as cloud-based. So you haven't potentially lost all your information being corrupted by the cloud. It's backed up somewhere else physically in your location.
Outcomes says QR codes. So speaking of having your genetic map on them, I can't say I've heard anything about that, but
Yeah, I don't know what genetic map. When a QR code is a QR code, you can generate your own for a specific reason. I suppose if you buy a device with a QR code on it, like a camera, that QR code will be tied down to that camera and therefore that location. I think, is that what he's getting at?
yeah, probably.
Unrelated topic. I would love to take a bunch of Legos and try to make a QR code out of Legos. Wonder if somebody has already done that.
But yeah, I guarantee if you thought about it, someone else has already done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
you, Sandy.
That's the thing these days. Nothing's ever unique anymore, is it? Everything's already been done and thrashed to death, and there's no new ideas anymore. Yeah, I think when it comes to if you're in any sort of high-profile job or security job or a big corporate job, wherever it may be, or even a security guard, you're a target straight away for people who are after targeting that establishment. You often see people walking around supermarkets or going into cafes and using the Wi-Fi in the cafe. And these people, some of them have, they like to go around with, as if it's a status symbol of their security pass around their neck, as if to say, look at me, I've got an important job and all this sort of stuff. But they're painting a target on their back because if it's a security pass, for instance, and then you see him in the cafe hooking up to the Wi-Fi network, then you'd rather go and exploit that person rather than the person in the corner just having a cup of tea and browsing the weather, Well, CR wants to show me something. Is it sunflower related?
Probably.
The thing is, when if you work in a large establishment or you go to work and there's some sort of computer system there, and you guarantee there will be in any sort of workplace, whether that be human resources or the logistical computer network or whatever, then someone else, there's a team of people governing that network, administering that network, managing that network, the network manager, and they go around, they're looking after the passwords, the security, the physical security, and all the different layers of security within that network. Now, on the other side of the coin, you've got the personal aspect. So when you're sat at home, hooked up to the internet, the biggest network available, you haven't got these people there managing your password, telling you when to change your password, telling you it's not strong enough. There's no net manager there for you.
Yeah.
So it's down to the individual, and there's no training package for you there, that you've got to do. It's down to your own physical ability to go and seek out that training.
Yeah,
The only thing
I was going to go. I do want to say something. You mentioned earlier about people getting Wi-Fi at their houses or whatever. They're not changing the default. They're not changing the name of their device, and they're not changing the default passwords.
Yeah.
Years ago, back when I was in the Navy, I paid for my own Wi-Fi when I was living in the barracks. $70 a month for my Wi-Fi. And I did exactly that, changed my network, changed the password. Still didn't stop anybody. Somebody still managed to hack into my Wi-Fi, and they were actually sucking up all the bandwidth to where I couldn't even do anything. I couldn't even watch a video or even browse the web. It actually got so irritating. It happened multiple times, and like the passwords I put in were pretty freaking long. So like I said, obviously there's software out there where they can brute force, basically crack the
yeah. I mean, that's if you're trying to make yourself less attractable to the other network next to you. It's not just passwords that you can alter. You can change the WPS settings and the different levels of security within the protocols and channels within that Wi-Fi network. Because Wi-Fi uses a certain default set of channels, and you can change that to another channel if you like. And all these things, they just add up to a more robust sort of network. There's only a certain amount of things you can do at the end of the day, and there's always some clever bugger down the corridor who can bypass it, so
it got to a point though, man, like it happened like multiple times. I actually had to get on the phone with my internet service provider and like, what the heck's going on? Like I'm paying, I don't remember what the heck I know it was like mid-tier service. It wasn't like the fastest, but definitely wasn't the slowest internet service. But it's like, get on the phone, like, what the hell is going on here? Like I'm paying $70 a month and this thing is just really, really slow. And then they told me, oh yeah, somebody is using the Wi-Fi. It's like, well, they shouldn't be. I actually tried to ask them, hey, is there any way that we can trace the signal back so that way I can find this guy and basically smash his device because he's stealing internet?
Well, what you can do, you can employ things like network sniffers and trackers to do like a reverse tracking on it. I used to use a program called NeoTrace, neotrace.com.
Yeah,
you got to pay for the really functional aspects of it, but what it is, it will network sniff your device. Anything that you determine that's not valid, a valid sort of user or attachment, or you can just tell it to just do a complete sweep and it will list everything. It will reverse IP route back to the source, and you can accept or deny it. And it will give you things like, if it's across the internet, it will give you things like the address and specific location of the originator of the packets of data that are trying to get your information. That's neotrace.com. That's one of the, like a network sniffer that you can use.
Okay.
But I mean, these things you've got to really research and delve into it. And you got to pay for these things, and some of them aren't really cheap at all. It's trying to track these people down. Thing is, it's like people who get scammed and they've clicked on, because it's easy to do. They click on the link and that's it. They're scammed, or their data's stolen and so on. Problem is, people find it embarrassing because they've made such a silly mistake and they don't want to tell anyone about it. And this happens quite a lot with the older generation. They get scammed, and before they know it, thousands of pounds, thousands of dollars have been stolen from their account, locked out their account. They've been denied, or they've been subverted or blackmailed. because it's so embarrassing. They won't tell anyone, and they will just pay up or it's quite insidious and it's all over.
Yeah, I was gonna say back to what I was saying previously. I think if I remember right now, like I said, it's been some years now. It's been about 8, almost 9 years. It finally got to a point, like I said, it happened third time, where friggin' Wi-Fi was getting bogged down, and they finally had to do a straight up MAC, like basically MAC, ban the MAC address of the device that was getting onto the Wi-Fi. Because I changed that Wi-Fi password like 3 separate times, and like they were breaking my password every time. I'm like, how are they doing this? Like, seriously, like I've got like a password with 40 characters in it. How are you figuring out the dang password? I guess there's programs out there that can figure out the first half of the password. They somehow get like a snippet of the first half of the password, and then they figure it out from there. It's like, this is crazy, man. And this is back in 2015.
Yeah, it sounds like because passwords, when it gets to a certain level, are very difficult to crack. It's more like another vulnerability, and that sort of scenario. It almost sounds like there's some sort of malware being put on your phone or your router or whatever it is, and it's direct access in. You see, and there's no amount of password that can block it.
Yeah.
Because authorizations, it's like these apps. As soon as probably everyone should know this. Any app you download, you're just giving open access to that app. And the only good thing that's transpired out of all this is that the Google App Store, for instance, it does warn you and tell you what permissions you're releasing when you download certain apps. But the main threat these days, I think, is through malware more than anything. Giving someone permissions and rights inadvertently or downloading things, and once that happens, in some cases you might not even know it's happened. People can access your phone now just through knowing your phone number. That's all it takes now. There was a couple of instances. This all came to light, 5-6 years ago, when the Israelis, which are good at this sort of thing, surveillance, they were using this technique to target various foreign politicians. All they needed to know was their phone number, their mobile phone number, and that's it. That was the route in. And when you're a foreign intelligence service, like I don't know, the Israeli establishment, the resources they've got available to them are, you're talking supercomputer levels. So, but again, the average person on the street isn't going to be subjected to that sort of attack.
No.
It's more likely to be the organized crime syndicate gathering information to sell or to put on the black market, the dark web, or to some little scrote in China trying to get con you out of a couple of $100 or whatever it is. Oh well, we all know about the going back to the physical cyber connection basics again, throwing trash out into the street onto your bins for all and sundry to look at with your name, address on it, and so on. It's giving people links and other means to gather information to get through the cyber door. I don't know if anyone on the comments and the chat has been scammed in any way, shape, or form, but if you have, give us a quick description of how it happened. There was a famous program. It was a hacking program all this came to light initially. It's called Back Orifice. Back Orifice.
Yeah.
It was this program created by this small group of hackers in some back bedroom somewhere. I don't know if they were. I don't know how they come to that name, but it obviously amused them. But Back Orifice was a thing that you clicked on the link or you sent to someone, and it just gave them a direct entry into your front entrance, your computer, if you like. And it's the same with all sort of other phishing emails and stuff like that. It was all malware. Yeah, I mean, viruses do exist, but they're more often to target the bigger sort of establishments and stuff. Stuxnet virus and all that sort of stuff. If you got a virus, you probably won't even know about it until it's been sort of triggered or whatever. But
I'll give him credit. That's an original name.
and that, I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking basics there with that. There's other programs where I've seen things like 3.5 inch floppy disks that were about years ago, and you put them into your computer, and within 10 seconds, your hard drive was formatted without you doing anything. You've got keystroke loggers, which can be put onto mainly industrial network computers in large work establishments. Don't write your passwords down. Well, this is a key thing, right? A key failing for many people. Key excuse is, I've got too many passwords to remember. And somewhere along the line, they forget the password. That's it. They're stuffed. But, you shouldn't write your email, your password down on your computer or on a post-it note on the wall or anything, because it's just too easy to get. Guarantee you go to someone's work desk at a firm or any sort of work establishment that's got a network computer. You'll sit there. All you got to do is sit in their chair. And a large portion of these people who look around the office, some are on the walls, on the computer, on the floor, under the desk. They'll have their password written, or it'll be a key phrase on the wall from some poster they got on there, or some health and safety literature on the wall, or something like that. People are just too lazy. What I would personally advise to people, if they've got so many passwords and they don't want to have a digital password manager on the computer, is get a book, write all your passwords down in that book. But this is the key thing: is you've got to treat that book with the same security classification as the information you're trying to protect. So if you write your bank account number or your bank account login details and password in that book, and in your bank account you've got $10,000, then that book is essentially worth $10,000. So you've got to afford it the same physical security as you would do for what it's worth. So put it in a safe, hide it somewhere that you're going to remember where it is, and keep it safe that way, so that if you forget your passwords or everything's compromised, you completely lost all your details, you just cannot remember it, because it does happen, then you've always got that physical backup that you can go to in your safe, under the floorboards or whatever it is, to fall back on. And Occam's Razor says there, I just had a debit card skimmed once, $200 of something I didn't buy. Got a new card and my bank paid me back.
Yeah, I've had the same thing happen there at Ocean's Razor.
Yeah. Sandy's Serenity Corner. I have a code for my passwords written down. If you figure out the code, you'll find a clue that I made up for the password that only I understand. It works well. Yeah, good. All very well and good. The only thing I'd say is, if you were to die, does any of your relatives are able to crack that code, or is everything completely gone down the earth spike forever. I just found out that Liberty Safe has ultimate backdoor access. An ATF raid recently got into a guy's safe by calling Liberty Safe. Well, yeah. Don't have your password as password lowercase as day one, week one stuff.
I just leave the caps lock on, whenever I type in passwords.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of advice out there and stuff. I mean, some websites will only let you get. They will tell you to do a certain thing. At least one character's got to be capital. At least one character's got to be a symbol. One of them's got to be a number and all this sort of stuff. So it does push people in a certain direction. So Sandy's Serenity Quarter says, I also have a will. Good move.
Yeah. A friend of mine, he had a lot of problems. He ordered something online, and when he checked later his bank account, there were money that he lost on things he didn't buy. And when he tracked it, it were a big corporation, big company who bought probably coffee and things like that on his.
So they were hiding behind the company.
Yeah.
Right.
And he changed the card and he reported it to the police and the bank and everything. And now he got a new card, but they for some reason got his account number again, card number again, and did the same thing. So he had to repeat the process
Sounds like
again.
to me,
And
if this is like an official business of doing this on behalf of the business, sounds like to me that it's not the individual, but it sounds like the business itself could be liable for any damages done, any monetary damages done. I don't know how the laws work over there in Sweden, but that's how it would be over here in the U.S. If somebody illegally gets your information like that and they're using their business front, like the business is the reason why the card is making, they're making a withdrawal on the card. The business itself could be held liable. It wouldn't be just the individual; it'd be the business. So, like from a business standpoint, there could be some serious lawsuits on their hands. But I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah. And the third thing that happens to him was he paid his bills as usual on the internet, on his bank. And everything went well. He typed in every bill. And when he should send it, it popped up. What he said to me was a devil script. And he lost a lot of money on that. So
I've only ever had one problem really. And it was mainly through eBay. Bought a load of things on eBay, paid for them. They were from China, never turned up. And of course, how do you go about trying to track down some Chinese company that you never heard of? And it's just all it's literally Chinese, It's ridiculous. Never saw it again. Never got money back. It wasn't a huge amount of money. That's why I just stopped buying things off eBay, and I just tended to steer towards Amazon because Amazon, at least, if anything goes wrong, they're good at sorting things out. In my experience, I don't know if anyone else has had any problems with that sort of thing, but
Yeah, I was gonna say that's. I don't do a whole lot of shopping on eBay. Like if I'm doing any online shopping, most of my stuff is from Amazon. But that's one of the reasons why I won't buy anything that's, the origin's coming from a foreign country, the seller's from a foreign country. I don't care if it's from South Korea. I don't care if it's from England, or if it does not say U.S., sellers in the U.S. I don't care if they reside in Canada or Mexico. I don't buy from them because it's going to be harder. If they scam me, it's going to be harder for me to get my money back.
yeah. Not only that, you got to if the product is faulty, you can't send it back. It costs you a fortune to send it back to China.
Yep.
It's all right for them to send container loads of goods across to here for each item. When it comes down to it, costs a pittance. But trying to send one individual item back to the originator, it's just so expensive. It's just not even worth it. Depends on the item, but Iron Firehorse says.
Yep, I did the same thing, Iron Firehorse.
I bought twice off of YouTube ads. Twice, and got ripped off both times. Didn't get anything, and there was no one to contact. That was years ago now, maybe 6 years ago. Well, yeah. This is the problem nowadays. Is you're buying loads of stuff, and you've signed up contracts, even car insurance and stuff like that, and all these subscriptions. Anything goes wrong, good luck, because you're dealing with like one person, or if you're lucky, and the rest of it's all online issues, and it's just an absolute nightmare. They're easy enough to take your money off you. If something goes wrong and you want some sort of recourse or problem solved, it doesn't go both ways. It just winds me up.
Well, that's part of the reason why I won't buy the third-party extended warranties that they offer at the store for any of the devices you buy. If you ever have to use that for any reason, it is such a hassle. Like they make such a big deal about it, and I did that one time, and I'm not doing that ever again.
I went into a place over here called Curry's, and it sells computers, TVs, washing machines, all that sort of crap. And I needed a new laptop. I saw this laptop. It was a fairly decent price, manager's special, and all that sort of thing. And I said, "Yeah, I'll have that one, please." And for the next at least 20 minutes, this guy was trying to sell me extended warranty and this package on top of that and that package on top of that. In the end, I had to turn around and say, "Look, mate, do you want to sell me this thing or not? I don't care about your commission. Just give me the goods." And I ended up giving him a false name, false address, so that I didn't have any sort of mail and all that sort of crap coming on afterwards. And you're then trapped into the shit mail scenario where you're getting all this spam continuously bombarding you. I never went back there again. I never will. I'll just go, get it somewhere else, basically.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's funny though. Look, you want to sell me the laptop, or you? I don't care about your commission. You want to sell me the laptop or not?
Yeah, I mean, do you want the sale or not? Just here's the cash. I paid by cash as well, and no digital transactions. Because these days, you go into a store to buy a TV. You want to go and buy a TV, they want your name and address. Why do you want my name and address? For licensing purposes. It's just, and then your name's added to some register somewhere and some mailing list and etc. Or do you want all the rest of it? It's we're deviating from the subject there, but yeah.
I buy everything I can from local stores, and Amazon, as much as I hate it to, they do make good on your order usually. I had to get my bank to get my money back when I bought a used book from them. Yeah.
Has anyone ever thought of? I mean, Shadow,
Yeah.
all your videos. Have you ever? I mean, do you back all your videos up to a separate drive? Firstly,
Actually,
because
I use my Action Director app.
if you get to the scenario,
This is my Action Director app, and all my videos are on this app. They are stored on this app.
so is that stored separately from YouTube, separately from Google, should I say?
Yeah.
Right. Because if in the future Google was to change its, or YouTube, or whatever you call it, was to change its policies, and it sends you an email saying you've violated our policies, we're terminating your account. If you hadn't have backed up your videos, you potentially have lost them, or they're there in Google's hands and their property. So you can therefore go to another platform, whatever it is, and then re-upload them all back to another platform. Or, in the future, people got to start thinking about the future now, and what can be held against you in the future. So if you've done some, and this is not directed to you, but anyone out there, if you've done some sort of video which has violated guidelines, and it's you've had some strikes or whatever, all well and good now, you might not get the monetization aspect of it now, but in the future, as policies get more stricter, you might have violated even worse policy directives in the future.
Yeah.
So my point is basically, I haven't seen this happen yet. I don't know if anyone's actually done it, but let's say you just have 10 rolling videos on YouTube, and as you put another one on, you delete the 11th one. So you've just got 10 ongoing videos on there all the time, and you keep it fresh then, in line with current policies. So you've got no historical comeback. For instance, is it Gil? What's his YouTube channel called? Greyman Prepping. Yeah.
Yeah, he has 2 channels. Camp Patton Family. Yeah.
Right. He mentioned a couple of videos weeks ago that he was considering running for mayor.
Yeah.
Now, how many times have we heard in the past that as soon as you start putting yourself in positions of public profiles, they start delving your opposition, the press start delving into your past, and they find something they can dig up to be used against you. Hence, what I'm thinking about is the rolling sort of refreshing set of videos.
Yeah.
So you delete your 11th one.
I was gonna say, likely where he's running mayor for, like I said, because that city he lives in it's got less than 500 people. It's not exactly high profile. In fact, I would, honest to God,
as an example,
if there was anything outside of just the local newspaper that picks up on the local election, Gil running for mayor down there.
Yeah, as an example, sort of thing. I mean, for instance, the presidential campaign coming up, as people start ramping it up, there'll be people working in the background tenfold, trying to find all the dirt on all the opposition and the people that are running, and they'll bring it up to try and demean them and to lower their rating and so on, and to try and discredit them, basically. I mean, a classic one is Canadian Prime Minister, CR, Justin Trudeau. And they dug up a load of photos where he was all blacked up at some party years ago at the university. Yeah.
But that same thing happened to, I think it was the vice governor over there in Virginia. They
Right.
did same thing. Got in trouble for doing the whole blackface thing.
So online, in the cyber world, things can come back to haunt you, and not just things like this, running for positions of power and stuff like that. But let's say prepper channels, people who put these videos on saying, "Look at my prepper pantry. I'm self-sufficient for 2 years," and then 2 years down the line, as things get worse, crime rate starts to go up, and people's lives start getting hard, and they think to themselves, "Oh, hang on a minute, that's so and so down the road who's got 2 years worth of preps in his garden, in his garage, and so on. Let's go and raid him because he's got all the goods."
Yeah,
So
I agree.
OPSEC, ComSec, InfoSec, you got to watch what you're saying, and watching what you're posting these days, because it's not just things like that can come back and get you. It's the whole life of being profiled. If you want to interact with someone more in depth and start talking about the intricacies of things which could potentially be bans, like how many guns you've got and all this sort of stuff, or calibers, then I would suggest an encrypted route such as Signal, WhatsApp, something like that. But it's nothing safe. You got to realize with these apps, they're used by foreign intelligence services to gain information on groups and so on, similar to what they're doing in Ukraine at the moment with Wagner Group and various sub-factions of the Ukrainian army, where they've got Telegram groups and so on, ramping up the propaganda war.
Yeah.
And they're specifically targeted, and you won't be able to avoid getting hacked by any foreign intelligence services, because, like I say, they've got the whole resource issue behind them, and supercomputers and all sorts of analysts and so on, a whole army of people who can get into your information. So don't say online what you wouldn't say to your mother.
The scary part is that we're starting, like I said, it's starting to get a little bit more draconian. Like I said, eventually the Chinese social credit score system will be implemented worldwide. Eventually, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It will be implemented, and when something like that happens, and with the extradition laws on the books, if you say something to offend somebody else in another country, or another key figure, politician, whatever, or say something that they disagree with, you get extradited and charged with a crime, international crime.
Yeah, I used to run a little a blog, a preparedness blog on Steemit, and I think it's still there. I've deleted a load of posts from there because of lack of interest. It was every post you put on, you got some points, and then when you accrued a load of points and you got up to a certain level, you could claim back your cryptocurrency through it. I got about $50 worth of 3 years of work. Anyway, I'm just scrolling through it now. One of the posts I did was it was called "Now We All Have a Threat Score," which basically means every person now, through their digital footprint, through social media and all sorts, every person got a threat score, and depending on what you say, who you're part of, what groups you're in, where you post, your threat score will be determined at a certain level, just like your credit score, for instance. And depending on how high your threat score is, will depend on how much on the radar you become to the authorities. I'm just trying to find it now. If anyone's interested, go to steamit.com. It's 2 E's. And then look for me at Prepper Vet UK. Yeah, let's have a look. Ah, there we go. The post is called "Now We All Have a Threat Score." I did it put it on there 5 years ago. I'll read some of that out if you want. A nationwide personal intelligence picture, all about you. Just like a credit score, each one of us will have a threat score. No doubt the government has allocated a huge amount of resources assessing whether or not you pose a threat. In fact, I'll be disappointed if they didn't. That's their job. How about when those resources are directed towards every aspect of your life and for the entire population? Yada, 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 yada. And, you know, the question you have to ask yourself, is your threat score above the risk line? If it is, you'll be a marked person. A person will be added to a list of some sort and subject to increased scrutiny. The media like to call these watch lists. The higher up the watch list, the more resources that will be allocated to monitor you. How many times after any incident have you heard the media reporting the fact that the suspect was known to security forces? And then it goes on from there. Just like, and I use this example in the post, just like Mr. Anderson, Neo, who gets caught initially by Mr. Anderson and his other colleagues, who says, "It seems you have been living two lives." One in the real world, and he's flicking through this big document full of his posts, and then one life in the digital world, i.e. the Matrix. And it's true, as today, you know, we've created this matrix of information where whatever you post, wherever you post, anything that you post is available for scrutiny at a later date. So, you know, beware what you type in, what you're saying, etc., etc. Information is power, as they say.
Yeah, it is. Information are really valuable.
Yeah. So, and with that, my time has come.
So, are you well?
Hey, real quick, TV.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get your contact info before you go.
Yeah, no worries. Go to my YouTube channel.
All
Anyone
right.
who's interested, send me an email. pvuk@protonmail.com. That's
All
another
right.
thing as well. Get a trusted email provider. Most of these third-party email providers are just complete trash. They're open to the elements. They get hacked every 5 minutes, full of adverts. I recommend protonmail.com. It's secure. It's in a secure facility. It's free. It's all encrypted. You've got VPN options, everything. It's 10 out of 10. So,
Okay.
protonmail.com. pvuk@protonmail.com.
And I do have to bring up, one last thing, the absolute last thing before I
Go on.
keep you. But everything we've talked about, it kind of reminds me of some of the stuff they talked about back in the 1975 Rollerball movie, where everything's owned by 6 corporations. Everything's controlled and owned. Your entire life is integral with these corporations that pretty much control every little aspect of your life.
Well, let you know a secret. I used to be, since 2001, my main job was a network manager, an Infosys security manager, which dealt with anything on whole army networks through to crypto security. I'm not talking about cryptocurrency security, as in I'm talking about cryptographic and so on, and vetting and all this sort of stuff. That's why I bang on about it all the time. So yeah. I mean, I think we're at that point now where, I mean, you got these faceless corporations now, where you can't track down any who owns any individual company, because none of these big companies are owned by any individual person. They're owned by shareholders.
A collective.
Yeah, the collective, and their sole purpose is to satisfy the shareholders and just to make as much money as possible, regardless of X, Y, and Z issues. And one of these, is security. And they don't give two hoots about people. But the people at the bottom, like me, you, Shadow, and all the rest of the people in the comment section, we're just the consumer unit at the bottom of the fish pond.
Yeah.
Anything that happens to us, we get hacked, we get taken out, we die, or whatever. It's just collateral damage at the end of the day. They just move on to the next consumer unit or national insurance number or whatever it is. And if people out there think they're that important that it's not going to happen to them, then they've got to think twice, because it happens every day to hundreds of thousands of people all across the world. And it can all be, most of it can be mitigated with the basics of security. It all comes down to the basics and the physical crossover between the physical world, i.e. writing your passwords down on a post-it on the back of a keyboard and accessing the network. Network access is the key thing, I think. Access control, because access control, whether it be a weak password, a link for someone to get through, an app to access through, the physical security barrier of accessing someone's password book. It's all, simple levels. I mean, there's only so much we can do as consumers and users of these networks, because we're beholden to policies. Everyone on YouTube now who can comment and can participate has got a YouTube channel, and they've all signed up and agreed to the policy directive and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's very hard. If we get kicked off YouTube or anything like that, where do you go? There's nothing more functional than YouTube, and hasn't got the audience capacity and the exposure that YouTube can afford. So they've monopolized it, really. But yeah, going back to the corporations, a faceless world. And when you track up the tree, you're into the realms of the Bezoses and these people you probably have never heard of, who own some of these people, are the big shareholders of these corporations. And I bet none of them, they just live in a different world, basically. So, anyway.
Yep.
I'll leave you with those cheery thoughts. Hopefully the weather's going to be a bit cooler tomorrow for me and the rest of you out there. But good luck, folks, and good chatting with you, Dios and Shadow.
Yeah.
And I encourage
Good
anyone
to
in the
have you.
audience there to click on the link and get in the audience. Get onto Shadow's stream and have a good chat about things. You can have a good rant and so on and so on. But what people need is personal experiences and stories. That's what people need, because it makes things more interesting. But anyway,
All right.
bye for now. Catch you
Take
later.
it easy. Prepare
Take
to
care.
set.
Mail me.
Gertrude News. Chants are censored. Yeah.
And like I said, I know there's alternative video hosting sites, but yeah, they don't have the prestige or the audience or the video hosting capabilities of YouTube. I think Patreon was one. I mean, I think it still is a thing, but they've gotten in trouble in the recent years of, I guess, banning some people for wrong speak, deleting their accounts. And then you have, like I said, BitChute's another one, but it's not really that big. It's actually kind of a really small third-party hosting website. I think what now everybody's going like to Rumble and what the heck was the other one? I forget the other one. There's another one. I'm sure other people in the chat probably tell me.
I'll let you know when the show is over, guys, so don't worry, we're still running.
Got to see what all the new comments are at the moment because you have to close the comment screen in order to mute yourself, and then you have to you have to keep it closed if you want to unmute yourself. To remember to unmute yourself.
Yeah. A 2 million subs offbeat news will be propagated by many others. Yeah. What's for dinner, Iron Fire Horse? Then I have to make those gates and crate. Yeah. No problem. No problem, Iron Fire Horse.
Ordered some water filters that you hook up to a garden hose for a recreational vehicle, RV or camper or whatever you guys call them over there. I guess they call them caravans in England. Bought a couple of them. I'm going to be hooking that up to my garden hose because I'm going to be, probably after this is all done, I'm probably going to be working on getting my water storage up to snuff. I got a bunch of water storage containers that I bought at the store and got to get them cleaned out, and I want to get them filled up.
Yeah. That sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah, my favorite is those Igloo cargo container. It's a 6-gallon water container. It's very rigid, pretty robust. It's not exactly to the same standards as the Scepter military grade water canister that can also hold 6 gallons. Those are freaking solid. Those are stout. Like I'm a big dude. I'm a heavy guy. And like I was actually demonstrating one of those to my father because we were at the military surplus store in Colorado. I was showing him, I was like, these are sturdy. And right there in the store, I laid it down on its side. It was empty and everything, and I stepped on top of it. It's like, see, it doesn't even crush. Like this is a very rigid, like heavy mill plastic.
I want a gravity-fed water bag filter, but a good one that takes out parasites.
Sawyer makes a really good water filter. In fact, I actually seen that they had a gravity-fed water filtration system that you'd hang from a tree. It's a bag you fill with basically contaminated water.
Yeah.
You screw your Sawyer filter on the end there, and then it has like a little hose that you can fill directly into a water bottle or whatever. I don't know if it's like it's got a spigot or I don't remember, but I just remember it was gravity fed. I was like, that's pretty cool. And that was over at Walmart in the camping section.
Yeah.
But like those Sawyer water filters, at least what the packaging alleges to, they can filter up to 20,000 gallons of water. And they, like I said, they removed the main bacterias, like, was it like protozoa and what the heck? I can't remember the other one. What is it? Giardia.
Yeah. Tammy says, I love my Sawyer, but the K-tag is better gravity-fed system.
Yeah. I've never heard of Kate's again. I've got, so for stuff that's not in a bag, that is gravity fed, but it's not in a bag, I've got the Alexa Pure Pro. That's, it's basically two stainless steel canisters stacked on top of each other. Kind of like a Berkey, but it's actually a lot better than a Berkey. Much, much better than a Berkey. Much cheaper, too. But those are rated to filter out 15,000 gallons of water. I think they'll even remove pesticides from the water, too. I don't know. I don't know what the filter cartridges are capable, everything they're capable of removing, but I know there's some things I won't, like if water is just absolutely contaminated with certain things, I just won't. I'm not going to even bother trying to run it through my filters because I don't want to damage the filters. And, in fact, if we ever get like really bad situation, I'll probably have like a cotton t-shirt screen or something like that with maybe some ground up charcoal as my pre-filter, my pre-strainer, and I'll strain the water prior to it going into my filter so that way it can ensure the longevity of the individual cartridges, because those cartridges aren't cheap. They're like about $100 a piece.
Yeah.
Like they're not insanely expensive, but they're $100 and it's pretty noticeable.
Yeah. Yes, Georgia is my concern. So many beavers up here. Okay. We had an outbreak of Georgia, if I remember it correct, or was it Cryptosporidium?
Yeah,
I believe it was Cryptosporidium. We had a outbreak of Hey, Tammy.
Hello.
Hello.
So I hike on the Appalachian Trail a few years ago.
Yeah.
Oops. Sorry. Hi. My son was talking to me. Sorry. He didn't realize I went live.
Yeah.
I went hiking on the Appalachian Trail a few years ago, and I have the Sawyer Mini, which I love, and it's enough for me. But this Catayan, I don't think it's like the mountain. I don't know if I spelled it right.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce it right. That one was a 3-liter bag, and it filled the water containers for everybody in our camp in about 30 minutes. Like, it was very impressive. So if you have a larger group and you want to do a gravity fed, the Catate, it's like the mountain. It's like the mountain in Maine. Caden, is a much better system for groups.
Okay.
You mean Keptidine?
Yes. I cannot say it for the life of me. I'm sorry, but it's spelled and pronounced like the mountain in Maine.
Wait, was it Catadine?
Yeah, Keptidine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Like I said, I've never looked into their products. I've heard of them, like the name very least.
Yeah, this one girl, she had one, and like literally, in the time it took me to fill just mine, she could fill 16 people's water supplies.
Yeah.
Their canisters. Like, it was amazing.
Okay. Well, I do have some questions because, like, there's a sweet spot. You want the water flowing out because you don't want it flowing too fast because otherwise the filter might not be taking out the particulates or taking out the viruses or bacteria. But at the same time, if the water's flowing too slow, that could also mean that you got a bad filter cartridge or it needs to be changed out. Or it's getting clogged or something like that. But I like I said, I don't really do much hiking or backpacking, but
Yeah, this was impressive. But then I looked up the price, and I'm like, oh, that's an impressive price too. And the Sawyer Mini that I had, or the Sawyer that I have, is a lot more affordable.
yeah,
I have a Berkey, but I've never used it.
Yeah,
I would like to have a Berkey, but that is really expensive.
I found mine for $50, $50 US, used without the filters. And I found it on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm like, I have to have it. And I literally drove an hour and a half to get it at that price. And I've never used it with the filters because I haven't bought filters.
There was something that come up recently about Berkey. I guess they got in trouble making their claims. Their filters are not filtering the water like they advertise. They're finding issues where there's a particulate and certain viruses that are still getting through. Like I said, I don't remember everything about it. I just remember hearing about that. It was like, well, that's interesting to note because, like, I was at one point in time I was considering getting a Berkey, but that was like I said, this was way before I even got my Alexa Pure Pro friggin' gravity fed water filtration system. But at that point in time, I considered getting Berkey. It's just the only reason why I didn't get it is just it was so dang expensive. But now it's like, boy, I don't think I'm glad I didn't get it.
The problem,
I'm sure you could probably get some other filter cartridges that might fit in it, though.
The problem with the Sawyer, yes, that's the one. The problem with the Sawyer, though, is those things can freeze really easily. So when you're hiking with that, you have to actually put it in your sleeping bag and sleep with your water filter, or because you will crack and then you don't even know it's cracked, and then it's letting things through around the filter. So if you're going anywhere, and I live in Michigan, where we have really cold winters and really cold a lot of days that are freezing or at freezing.
Oh yeah,
and you literally can't put it in your pocket. You have to have it against your body with your body heater. It'll freeze, and a lot of people don't realize that when they're out hiking.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, like, most of those filters anyway, you're supposed to blow. You're supposed to do like some sort of blowback, blow the water out of the filter.
Yeah.
So you don't ruin the
and
filter.
They come with Sawyer comes with a cleaning kit that you're supposed to use every time.
Yeah, I think it's like a little syringe with a plunger and a.
Yeah, some very similar to what you'd find in a hospital syringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be carrying my Berkey on a long hike. even empty, it just would rattle and clang and wouldn't fit in a pad.
Well, what is all right?
It's too heavy.
Nothing fancy. His favorite acronym that he came up with is called SAWC, like size and weight constraints. That's what it stands for. And he likes to use it especially when it comes to any gear, as far as like being able to carry it on your back, in regards to whether it be hiking or for the high speed, low drag, tactical kids that like to run with plate carriers and all that crap. Like I said, he used that acronym for both.
Yeah, it only takes one long hike on the Appalachian Trail where you're changing altitude so much that you become an ultralight backpacker. Because if you don't, you won't survive. My first hike, I took a 20-pound camera thinking I'd like to take pictures. Do you know if that camera didn't cost that much money, I'd have flung that thing off the side of a mountain. And I never took it hiking with me again. Ever. Ever. Not even for like down the street for a walk. No, that thing is like gone.
20-pound camera. That's a heavy camera.
I wanted all my lenses. And even my long-range lenses for these beautiful shots I was going to get of all the scenery.
Yeah.
There also is no scenery on the Appalachian Trail. Those pictures are all a lie. You get like 3 little chunky little spots like this through the vegetation. You can see the next mountain, and that's about it. Like you can barely put your head through the vegetation at most levels. Yeah, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face to take a picture, let alone needing a 20-pound camera and 3.
You know, I was gonna say, like I said, I don't like to bring this guy up because I don't like him at all because I think he's a POS. But you know, I'll have to admit he did some pretty thorough gear reviews. But like Canadian Prepper, he was talking about this thing. What is it? Is a kind of like a trolley or whatever. It's like a single-wheeled trolley that you can actually attach to like your waist or whatever, and you put all your stuff on there, all your gear on there, instead of having to carry your backpack on your back.
No, that thing would be like that'd be flung over the first. You'd see a pile of them at the top of the first mountain.
Yeah.
There's nothing level, and then you're climbing these steps that are cut into the mountain. Some of these steps were cut into the mountain by the Civil War soldiers.
Oh.
Okay, they're not like made for human steps. They're made for like horses and donkeys that were pack animals that were carrying their supplies. And like, this trail's been going since the time of the Native Americans across America. And there's no way that you could put a 2-wheel cart behind you and realistically take it anywhere up I went or anywhere down I went.
This was a single-wheeled cart.
Still, it wouldn't go. Would not. No way. And then when you topple over because you're in a, it would knock you down. You'd be rolling to the bottom of some hill. All the switchbacks, there's no way. No way I'd take that on the switchback. No. I've seen them. They look like little golf caddies.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't use it either. Especially if you have to climb and have that behind you. Not fun.
The first time we went out on the trail, my sister's 17 years older than me. She's now in her 70s. And the first time we went out on the trail together, because she's an avid walker, she didn't look at the altitude map.
Yeah.
She just looked at the distance. Well, the distance, she has a problem with that. I shouldn't have trusted her to pick our first section to section height.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm just in my lazy recliner here. It's a lazy Saturday.
No, I get you. It's warranted.
I did want to come up for just a minute and share about the filter to answer the question, because I did have actual firsthand experience that was valuable. Because I love my Sawyer, but if I could afford it, I'd get that other one.
Yeah, Ketadine.
Yeah, because it's not just me; it's my family.
Yeah.
So realistically, you could each get a Sawyer, but then you've all got to protect them. You've all got to keep them from freezing.
Yeah, and if you got little kids, and you could tell them until you're blue in the face, make sure you clean your filter out. Make sure you do a blowback on your filter and get all the water out. You don't want water in there, and if you got little kids and they aren't disciplined enough, or you know how kids are, you could discipline them, but they're still just going to rebel. They're just going to be lazy, and it's like, oh, my water filter's cracked or it's broken. It's like,
yeah.
I told you.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to step down because my son wants to play his games and music, and I don't want to get you a copyright strike. But I'm just kind of listening, and I'm here, but I'm lurking. So I'll talk to you later.
Well, that's okay.
That was good chatting with you.
So I'll
Nice to see you.
see you later.
See you later.
I'm trying to sign out. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, Catadine is a good brand, well-known brand. So
Yeah, like I said, I've heard the name, like I said, and I figured they were well known, but it's just like I've never went out of my way to go price one out. I didn't realize they were expensive.
Yeah, it's even expensive for me. So Catadine gravity filter, 10 liter, I have to pay around 1,250 crowns. So
$125 US,
$100.
About 125 US.
Yeah. So that is
that's a significant price, because like those Sawyers, the Sawyer gravity fed ones I've seen over there at Walmart, they're going for about, I want to say about $30. So that's like what?
Yeah.
That's like what, 3,000 crown, or no, not 3,000, like 300. Or yeah, no, it would be 3,000 crowns.
Yeah.
So like nothing outrageous, But again, I guess kind of one of those things you get what you pay for.
Yeah.
I just know this much: you don't want the water flowing too fast because, again, might not be filtering out the particulate like it's supposed to be. For Tammy, I would suggest, if she can, I would see if I could find some filter cartridges that were not Berkey brand that could fit in her Berkey canister. Because, like I said, I was hearing they got in trouble about that recently, about them making false claims about their product and people getting sick as a result. People getting.
Hey, Ned.
What's up, everybody?
How much?
We are doing good.
You guys are talking water filtration?
Well, yeah, originally we were talking about cybersecurity, but yeah, we kind of devolved into the water filtration.
It's all the same thing.
What's that?
It's all the same damn thing. You're only securing water instead of Have you guys ever done any research on a gentleman by the name of Victor Schaldenberg?
No, I've never even heard the name.
He is a gentleman from Austria, and basically he is responsible for what we know as the modern day plume. He was a hydrologist, and that man understood water, how it flows, how it goes, how it's clean, how it gets dirty, the whole 9 yards. And I would definitely, if you're looking for water filtration, I would look into him, and specifically vortexes. Vortex clean water like nobody's business.
Okay.
You can also take that same vortex, and because it has the ability to compress with utilizing basically the drop of the water will suck in the air, and you can then have that air that's compressed run a like a Tesla turbine or some kind of turbine of some sort to make your power, and flip it back into the water reservoir to do the airlift. It doesn't defy gravity. It doesn't defy physics. It actually works inside of physics to create a continuous motion, not continuous motion machine or anything like that.
Yeah, perpetual motion. That's what I was about ready to say. It's like
It's not perpetual motion because you're using the air that you're gathering to power the water back up. And you're using the water itself, the properties of water, to raise that water utilizing air.
okay.
There's a gentleman on YouTube here. He's got a system somewhat like that. It's called a ram tromp or something like that. Basically, he puts a water ram and a trompy pump together in combination. And the channel is Land to House. I'm not affiliated with him or anything like that, but he's got a lot of good information.
Well, I'll tell you what, this much between the information what you giving me and between the information what PV is given, I'm gonna definitely going back replaying this live stream for myself, so that way I can basically get all this information, write it down, jot it down, note it, make a note.
Yeah, there's that Victor Scheldenberg. He's got some information on YouTube. He revitalized water. He was a smart motherfucker.
Was or is?
He is no longer with us. He was during. He was actually alive during the Third Reich and was conscripted to that party over there. And basically, according to the records, he is the primary source for the Bell technology. Yeah, the dude was smart. Knew how to use water. Knew how to use air. Knew how to use vortex. Really, vortex is the key for cleaning, for pressure, for all of it.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to take over your show. My apologies.
Oh, no.
Well, no problem. It's always nice to hear you.
If we don't have at least 3 people in here, the conversation starts to slow down. Because I can only talk so much about cybersecurity because I don't know enough. It's not really, it's like I said, it's not my expertise.
Well, it's not on my expertise either, but I know a little bit. I have
Yeah.
some knowledge, but not that much. I have basic knowledge, basically. That is what I have.
I'm the jack of all trades, but master of none. So I've kind of got my toes dipped in a lot of different areas.
Have you ever looked at that actual saying? The rest of it? You only quoted half of it.
No.
It's basically it goes on, master at none, but mastery, something about mastering everything. Like we sell ourselves short when we only quote part of it, because it talks about mastering all of what you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever got a chance to hear the whole quote.
Yeah, look the quote up. I can't quote it off the top of my head, but I know it does talk about the mastery of all of your work that you've acquired or your talents.
Okay.
Okay.
So I sense a little bit of French Canadian in your voice. Is that about accurate, or
Whose voice?
um, Shadow? It's hard
No.
to travel.
No,
No.
I'm Swedish.
Ah, sweet. It all sounds the same in this area because I'm in Minnesota. So to hear a Swedish accent sounds similar to a Canadian accent. My apologies.
Well, it's
No, if
okay.
CR was here, that statement might be true, maybe.
My family actually goes all the way back to the 8th century from the kings and queens of your country.
Okay, that's cool.
I couldn't tell you much about them other than they were smarty and kings and queens. But past that,
What was the last name of Victor something or another that Nud? Sheldonberg? Okay.
Yeah.
Sheldonberg. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, he took logging to a whole nother spectrum. He was able to plume the logs down so that they have less damage and more of them in a quicker time. But I just jumped up to let you guys know about Victor. I heard you guys talking about water and water filtration, etc.
Yeah. On my streams, we always get off when we had the topic. When we're done with that, we go to other topics.
What was the original topic?
Cybersecurity.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was the original where we were going.
Iron Fire Horse says, a jack of all trades is master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. William Shakespeare.
I knew somebody would know it.
I think it.
Thank you for correcting me, by the way. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Everybody is welcome up here, so no problem.
Are you actually in Sweden then?
Yeah, I live in Sweden, in the northern parts of it.
So you guys know what real cold's all about.
Say it again.
He said. So you guys know what real cold is all about.
Yeah, we usually have pretty cold winters. So I like it. I like our winters.
See, it's been my experience.
And we have. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead. You're in Minnesota.
I'm in Minnesota, and we have similar weather. It's just not quite as cold. But 40 below to 30 below, same.
I am Fire Horse. Yeah, we can see it here, but I can't say I have seen it myself, but my daughter has. So yeah, we can see Aurora Borealis here.
I would say about a year and a half ago, I'd say probably about 2 years ago at this point, I drove through Fargo, North Dakota. I want to say back in November. That was freaking cold. That was cold as hell. We had wind whipping in from the north, and like I'm like standing out there and freezing my butt off as I'm fueling up the truck over at the Flying J. So that's like a different kind of cold from like, you know, whatever anybody experiences in like Minnesota or Michigan.
Where are you from?
I'm actually from all over the place. I spent most of my life I'd spent in Colorado, but I lived out in eastern Nebraska for a time. I lived out in Missouri. Currently I live out in Texas.
Yeah, it was interesting this winter, what you're talking about. That you guys got a taste of it.
Well, yeah, that was before I moved down here. That was, yeah, you're talking about that Arctic blast that, you know, came in back in February 2021. Yeah, the whole state was
last year.
Oh, last year?
You guys had ice and everything like that.
Yeah, they had an ice storm that affected I think Dallas, Fort Worth, and all that. I know it affected Oklahoma. They had sent out a whole bunch of line crews. It was basically a national emergency. It sent out a bunch of line crews out there to restore the power grid because it snapped a whole bunch of poles.
Yeah, your infrastructure down there is just not set up for, 6 inches of ice.
No, yeah, this area, yeah, with the exception of like maybe the panhandle of the state, like this is all considered like, I think of it, they call it like classified as level one, like ice and snow or something like that. Hang on, I have to get out my books now. Now I'm thinking about it. Let's see. So, if I try and chapter.
I am Fire Horse. I couldn't handle the heat there. I love four seasons. Summer is my least favorite. Yeah, too hot, I guess.
Yeah, so northern half of Texas is actually even including, looks like the edge of Dallas and Fort Worth. They're actually part of the heavy they're in the heavy district for ice and snow loading and their lines. But the problem is like a lot of the utility poles, a lot of the utility infrastructure across the state. That's a lot of that stuff is breaking down faster than it can get replaced. A lot of these utility companies get kind of cute about replacing their equipment, replacing their stuff because, utility workers aren't cheap because it's dangerous work. But yeah, no, they're in the heavy ice district. Whereas where I'm at right now, I'd be considered medium. And then anybody south of me would be in the light loading, ice loading.
Yeah, that drop technology that I'm talking about, if you were able to run your power off of that, you wouldn't need to worry about it rusting up because the air and the water will keep it from freezing for the most part. You just need to supplement it a little bit with some heat, but most of it's held underground. So that's another advantage is you have a tank above ground and a tank below ground, and the bigger one is at the bottom.
Yeah.
But figuring out the airlift is where the majority of my challenge has been. The piping has to be certain sizes, etc. So it's just a math equation that I need to get better, and I just don't have time for it.
Hey, Shadow.
Yeah.
Give me a heads up. My phone's starting to get really, really hot. So if I dip out without warning, it's probably because my phone overheated.
Yeah, I know your phone is overheating again.
Well, it takes a while, but like I said, when I'm on these streams for a long time, then it starts getting hot, and it doesn't matter if I've got it on charger or don't have it on charger. It'll kick me off.
Yeah.
But I'm just giving you a heads up. It's already getting pretty warm.
Yeah. Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, I'm actually going to jump off. I'm almost to where I need to go. So it was a pleasure speaking with you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Check out Victor Saldenberg. I think that if a couple of Homestead type people were to get together and really do some basics on the technology, I think we can make a sustainable working product. Because that's your water pressure and your oxygen. It would serve multiple purposes.
Okay.
So what we're thinking about, you'll see me on the channels. I'm new to the whole homesteading community, but nevertheless, I've got quite a few good ideas. Eventually, I'll get quite a few acres to implement my ideas, but until then, I'll give them all to you guys.
Yeah. That's awesome.
But,
I'll
gentlemen,
definitely look into it. Water's a pretty big deal, especially out here because it's dry. We get some really nasty droughts in this part of Texas.
right. And that's why I say having the majority of that water underground it really helps out because your ground keeps it nice and cool.
Oh yeah.
So it doesn't evaporate off as fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't have the radiant heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
I agree.
If you learn how a mini split works, you could probably figure out a mini split off the air pressure as well. Have it go through a mini split and then through the turbines. Because all a mini split does is split the hot air and the cold air, and you're making pressurized air. So
Yeah,
So
I want something that'd be gravity fed. So if for any reason I lost power or something like that, I'm still going to have water pressure. You know, it won't be great pressure, but it'll be enough that it can flow through the faucets, and I'd be able to take a shower if I need to.
well, that's kind of the point of doing it with the Trompy, because you would definitely have that pressure built into your system. You know, you're going to have to use like a schedule 80 pipe, because depending on how far you went. But I know that you can get like
He froze up.
Yeah.
Froze up right after he said schedule 80 pipe. I was thinking schedule 40, but I'm going to put my phone up against this frozen bottle of water, see if I can cool it down without
Yeah.
kicking me out of the stream. Yeah, he's gone. Damn. Right at the climax. Kicked him right out. Right after schedule 80, I'm like, okay. And then,
Yeah.
nope. Probably in an area where he's not getting good service. That's what happened to me at one time. I was trying to talk to you, try to get on your live stream.
Yeah.
That when I first met you, I was trying to get on your live stream. I couldn't because I'm driving and
Yeah.
my phone, the bars of the service are dropping. Like it would go up, get 5 bars and then drop down to 2 bars and then go back up to 3. And it's just, yeah, trying to live stream from a vehicle while you're driving, not a good idea.
No.
Aside from the whole safety aspect, but just like, just phone network, man, can be a little bit squirrely when you're on the move.
Yeah, exactly. And live streaming from a car is when you're driving is not a good idea. Especially when you're driving. That takes your focus from the road. And
Yeah,
if
whatever
you're
ice storm that he was talking about that happened in Texas during this year, this last year or whatever, I wasn't here for that. I was still in Colorado.
yeah.
It's always colder in Colorado than it is here in Texas.
Thanks, Ando. I will take a look at that link you dropped. I do that later.
Oh man,
Yeah,
it's working! Oh my gosh, the bottles of water are just barely getting the phone cooled off, so maybe I won't get kicked out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I had some leftover frozen bottles of water that were sitting in my lunch bag. And I decided to go ahead and grab, because I should say ice is colder when it starts to melt. Ice gets colder when it starts to melt, and these are pretty melty, so. I should bring up again that book. The book, the title, "This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends,"
Yeah.
by Nicole Perlroth. Even though I don't exactly like her and I don't exactly agree with her political views, and I find that the last portion of her book kind of got really politically charged, politically biased.
Yeah.
They bring up a lot of good points on cybersecurity, and like I said, she made the association with cybersecurity with Ebola. You know, when they brought some of the Ebola patients over here to U.S. to get treated, and how a couple of the nurses that were treating, they, for some reason, there was a hole in their protocol. There was a hole, like whether it be a literal hole or if there's a hole in their procedure, how they were going about trying to treat these patients, where two of them, I think, got sick with Ebola themselves. They ended up getting themselves contaminated. And that's one of the big things about the donning and doffing procedures of CBRN gear. Being able to properly wash down and properly doff being take off the gear. So that way you're not inadvertently contaminating yourself as you're trying to take all the gear off. And like I said, that's what they suspect. That's usually, in most cases, that's what usually happens. Is just in the procedure of when they're decontaminating, taking everything off. That's how one can get themselves infected. The other reason, the other thing she brought up was like there's a possibility that there could have been a small pinhole in the maybe one of the gloves or something like that. But she basically associates, like I said, she literally brought all this stuff up in her book, and she made that she made that tie with cybersecurity, and it's like it's no different than cybersecurity. You know, we can have holes in our defenses, their cyber defenses, just like they had holes in their physical defenses against Ebola bacteria, because that's what Ebola is, the bacteria.
Yeah.
Or no, the bacteria? No, I think it's a virus. I'm not sure how. Let me look that up. Before I go putting my foot in my mouth, I'm going to look that up. I think it, because I know bacteria are usually a lot more difficult to treat than viruses, because your body's naturally dialed in to defeat most viruses. Hang on, let me check that. I think it's a virus. Now I think about it, it's a virus. I think. Oh, let's go bring up stream.
Yeah, I believe it is a virus. I think it is, at least.
Let me look it up. Okay, it would help if I could actually type. Okay, so it is a virus. But yeah.
Yeah.
So it's one of those how do you call it? Exotic viruses that our bodies aren't naturally. Because like I said, bacteria is a little bit more serious, just because you need to have an antibiotic to beat the bacterial infections.
Yeah, and the problem is with antibiotics is you need the right antibiotic for whatever you.
And you need the correct dosage too, because if you don't have strong enough dosage, you'll actually kill off the weaker strains of that same bacterial, and the stronger strains of bacterial will reproduce, and then it'll get to a point where they'll be able to withstand the antibiotics. That's why it's like really key if you're on antibiotics that you follow the doctor's instructions and you take every last dose of it. You don't stop.
Yeah.
You don't, oh, I forgot to take one dose or whatever. No, you take it as directed, and it'll defeat everything. I had staph infection one time, and boy, oh boy, that freaking sucked so bad. 10 out of 10 wouldn't recommend. But yeah, I had to take antibiotics to get rid of that staph infection. That wasn't fun.
Yeah, the problem with antibiotics is it takes away the good bacteria.
Yeah. Indiscriminately will kill all bacteria in your body.
Yeah, all of it dies off. I call antibiotics for the medical nuclear bomb, basically, because you nuke every bacteria you have, basically in your stomach.
Yeah. Because there's like hundreds, if not thousands, of bacteria that's actually in your lower GI tract, your small intestine, that help with the digestion and the absorption of nutrients from the food that you take in. And if you get rid of those good bacteria in your gut, I'm not talking about the bacteria in the colon, I'm talking about the bacteria in the small intestine that helps with like I said, the further breakdown, the digestion of the food. So your body's getting the nutrients. Yeah, you kill those off. You can make yourself a little bit sickly just because you're not taking in, your body's not absorbing the nutrients it needs to, due to the fact that, just got done killing all the bacteria.
Yeah, when I got the ulcer, I get some antibiotics. Oh man, that did the job.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it'd be like having an ulcer, man. It don't sound like any fun.
No, it's not. It hurts really bad.
Like, I've had some really bad acid reflux. In fact, I've got a history of getting really bad acid reflux. That's why I gotta be careful about what I eat.
Yeah.
But like, I couldn't imagine what it would be like having an ulcer though. Like, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't know what the pain would be described to me would be like.
That causes ulcer is actually a bacteria. So that is called helicobacteria, so that causes it.
Huh.
Iron Firehorse says, I used to get the acid reflux thing. Quit eating peppers and tomatoes, and I don't get it now.
Yeah. So for me,
Okay,
yeah, peppers
good.
and tomatoes can do it, but like if I eat like a whole bunch of like bread, like I mean tons of carbs,
Yeah,
I've noticed that it'll trigger mine.
yeah. Yeah, it wiped out all the bad bacteria and the good ones too.
The good thing though, the good thing is like to get the good bacteria reestablished, all you have to do is start eating yogurt and you'll get them back.
Yeah, that is what I did. So I don't eat much bread, only a little light rye a few times a week. Yeah.
Snooks. Come here, Snooks. Sorry, I'm calling my kitty. He's laying over there on the
Yeah.
floor and he's looking all adorable. It's like, why don't you sit over here next to me, man? I don't care what anybody says. Kitty cats are like the best pets.
Yeah, I have two myself, so
I might get another one. Like you can't just have one; you got to have at least two.
yeah.
That way they got
Well,
playmate.
it's better for the cat if they have a
Yeah.
little buddy they can play around with. Oh, I gotta get working on those puppy gates and crate. Lol. Two cats or dogs. I have two cats. My one cat bullies the other. That was not nice of it. Both my cats tag along very well, so my cats are really good friends.
Yeah, my cat, he's pretty easygoing kitty.
Yeah.
He's about 11 months old.
A young cat.
Yeah, he was just a little shrimp when I brought him home. I almost didn't think he was going to make it because he was kind of sickly. He had really bad tapeworm. I hadn't got him dewormed the first time around, and I guess the worming medication wasn't strong enough dosage, so he had to go back and get dewormed again. The tapeworm almost took him out. And this was when he was like 6 weeks old.
Poor kitty.
You wouldn't know that he was a poor kitty now. Looking at him now, he's like a spoiled little brat now.
Well, your cat was younger than poor kitty then, when he was 6 weeks old. That couldn't be fun for him. Yeah, cats has a tendency to get spoiled.
My goal is to make sure that this cat wants for nothing. What the heck you got stuck on your tail?
Mad Max is a real feral. Born outside, he was about a year and a half old when I took him in, when it was minus 40 degrees Celsius in a storm.
Jeez Louise. Yeah, I'm glad you got him out of there.
Bob says coffee time.
Coffee time. Is Bob going to join us?
Well, we see.
Where was he during the live stream when we were talking about mechanical stuff? Talking about tools and talking about a few streams ago.
Yeah.
Because like being a Boeing engineer, technician, or whatever he was, you'd think that he would have a lot to say, especially retiring from Boeing.
I am Firehorse. Arrested him in lol. I knew he wouldn't make it through that one. I have scars all over me from him. Yeah. I have a lot of scars on my thigh. So
Yeah. Now this morning, man, I was a little mad at my cat. He likes to play with these.
hey Bob,
Hey guys.
Oh, hey.
coffee time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't around from like 2 or 3 streams ago, because 2 or 3 streams ago we were talking about like mechanical stuff, talking about tools and everything, and it's like, I steered the topic around too a little bit, steered it towards like quality assurance and all that stuff. But like I was like, man, where were you? We could have really used you, because you would have had a pretty vast, large bank of knowledge, as regards to mechanical tools, mechanical skills, and quality assurance and stuff like that.
Yeah. A lot of experience in aviation, anyway. Well, I can't say where I was at. It's probably outside gardening or doing something like that. But,
Yeah.
QA and everything we did on the airplanes was always inspected and re-inspected. You inspect it yourself first, and then the next.
Yeah, and then having a third party that's responsible to make sure you did your job.
Right. Which is well, in aviation, anything aviation, you've got to have that. You've got to have that redundancy. You really have to. There's no such thing as I hear a noise and I'll pull the car off to the side of the road. That don't work. That ding. Down you go.
Well, I was gonna say, it's kind of like the Navy, U.S. Navy. They established their quality assurance program after the NASA's Space Shuttle Challenger incident back in the 80s, and then after the incident with the USS Iwo Jima, they had a steam line rupture, and it was because somebody, when they were putting everything back together from maintenance, they used the wrong grade of bolts.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, a pressurized system. Using grade 4 or 5 bolts, and when he requires 8 or 12, or not a good idea.
I think memory serves me correct. I think like 6 sailors died from that steam line rupture.
Oh, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. My dad was a pipe fitter. That's what he dealt with, that stuff. Yeah, he was a journeyman.
I was going to put it out here. Like a lot of people, when they think of a steam line rupture or explosion, they think of the initial explosion. And yes, that is a danger, and the shrapnel is a danger, but it keeps going. The other danger is that now you got all this steam in the air, and the steam is super, super hot. They'll actually cook your lungs from the inside out, and you'll actually drown in your own fluid.
That's right.
Inside your lungs.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's deadly.
Yep. Yeah, it'll cook you like a chicken.
And I guess that is probably pretty painful too.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this much: it'll happen
imagine.
so quick. You'll pretty much lose consciousness, because your body's not taking in any more oxygen. It's not capable, because your lungs have cooked from the inside out.
Yeah. That's what kills you in most house fires, is the smoke.
Yeah.
You don't die from the fire. Suddenly all your oxygen is gone, and it superheats your lungs, and down you go. Yeah. What are we talking about currently? today.
We were
and,
talking about cybersecurity, but we after PV left, we started talking about water filters and water filtration.
Uh-huh.
And then I was making reference to one particular book, which I don't like the author, but she had some really, really good salient points in her books. Her book, Nicole Perlroth, she's definitely a Democrat. I can tell you that much. Okay, by her political leanings, but she brought up some really good stuff in regards to cybersecurity and back doors on everything.
Yeah.
Like I said, you can tell the book is politically charged towards the end there, because then she went off on a rant about Trump. It's like, okay, you've lost a lot of validity. You had me up until this point, and then now I'm like starting to get irritated. It's like, look, I just want to listen to stuff about cybersecurity and everyday things that we take for granted. I don't want to hear what you have to say about the 2016 election. Okay. You need to try some shut up about that.
Yeah, here's a big coffee cup full of shut the F up.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, I just want to listen about the cybersecurity. Okay, that's fine. If you got your political beliefs, fine. Okay, you're entitled to them, but I don't want to hear it in your book.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hear it in your book, in a book that's supposed to be about cybersecurity.
As I'm an old guy. I didn't grow up with this stuff, so that's why my videos are pretty primitive.
Yeah.
They're just pretty much on, off. Next. And just a minute, I'm gonna have to close my door. Just a second.
True. My daughter's friend died from a pot of pasta on the stove. No fire had even started. Just smoke. Wow.
Yeah, that sucks.
But before I bounced out of here a while ago,
yeah,
you guys were talking about. I mentioned I have that long-term stalker on my channel, and I think, in my beliefs, in my is someone who must find out everything about you, where you live, what your full name is, all that. I think that's a perversion. I think they're perverted. There's something wrong with somebody like that.
Yeah.
I think it's almost like a sexual addiction, or that's like, why would you spend that much time with someone just on YouTube or Facebook or Snap, whatever? That's, don't you have anything better to do? And haven't you thought about what you're doing? That's weird. That's weird.
You know what? People need a hobby. Just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's no other explanation. No, it's not. Yeah, no.
I have noticed a tendency, the people who get too involved in online things are people who are like retired or who have a handicap and they don't have enough to do. Then they just dive in. Oh man, I saw this on his video and he gets his groceries at this place and stuff like that. Like, okay. So
the problem is that kind of people, or they don't have any other hobbies.
Yeah.
They have only one thing, that is looking for something they can attack and whatever.
I agree. They need to find something more constructive to do with their time than. I'm on YouTube quite a bit of the day, even when I'm out in the gardening. I have this little speaker my wife bought for me, and I have a playlist of music and listen to free music from YouTube.
Yeah.
But if you notice, I also go out and do some gardening, or I'm working on some of my preparedness equipment or my tools. And I think that's fairly healthy when you've got more than one thing to do all the time. As I understand it, with cybersecurity, that if someone really wants to find out who you are and where you are, they can.
They're going to, yeah.
They're going to, but then what do you do with it?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So there comes a point in one's life, though, where eventually you can't just sit there and live in fear.
No.
You're going to have to just go about.
Yeah.
Go about your life.
Mm-hmm.
You can't look over your shoulder 24/7. That would make you crazy. Definitely.
You can't do that. No.
Yeah, like you'll hear people talk about, this is mostly like the conspiracy nuts that talk about like gang stalking and stuff like that. Worried about being black bagged or something like that. It's like, look, if some alphabet agency wants to black bag you and throw you in the back of a unmarked van and haul you off, they're going to do it.
They're going to do it.
They're going to do it. If they haven't already done it already, then I don't know why you're living in fear. But like I said, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Okay. You're not going to know. It's just going to happen. That's why I call it black bag.
And speaking from my own experience with that stalker neighbor, that person is, or someone online is more frightening to me than the government.
Yeah.
Seriously, because those are someone who lives nearby.
Yeah, exactly. And you,
totally obsessed with what you do and where you go. And now, how can you get an accurate assessment about someone by watching a 10-minute video once a week or every couple days?
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah.
You need to watch the same channel every day, and go through all the videos and
past live streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might get a hint if you do that every day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But not 1 day a week or 2 day a week.
Yeah. I know that a knucklehead out there on YouTube or whatever can find out where you're at and in your name and all that. But I just don't give it out. That's why I don't do I enter for a drawing and win this, or, I just prefer not to. And I'm not going to give my name and address out and my income and what kind of a car I drive or whatever. You can see the cars in the driveway a little bit, but I just don't give it away. I just prefer not to. Yeah, you cannot get an accurate assessment on someone who puts out a video here and there. You can't. It's just foolish.
I was gonna say, I've heard some like crazy neighbor stories. Like,
oh boy,
some in particular that stand out to me are the crazy ones where they will put up, security CCTV cameras, and they will literally just have it pointing at just the one house to harass that one neighbor.
That's
and have lights and stuff shining into these people's rooms at night, and they'll purposely have their blinds up so that way you can see into their room what they're doing, and they'll be purposely undressing or whatever, and it's just further harassment,
Yeah, that's not childish. To me, that kind of. I've seen videos like that when I was being stalked because I was looking for someone else out there who might legitimately have something to teach you. And I saw a lot of that kind of stuff where they would, that's just now, if I have a problem with someone, I go right to them. And I did that with that weirdo neighbor that I had, This is it, dude. You're not coming over here anymore. especially when he tried to put hands on. And then he came back and exposed himself. He opened up his fucking pants to me, man. And then you get out, you're out of here, dude. And that's man to man. But if I have a problem with somebody and what they're doing, I go right to them. What's wrong with that?
That is the way you should do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I did that at work. I did that, and even everywhere I've lived, I don't like this. Can you move this over a little bit for me so I can get my car out of the garage or whatever it is. Be a man, be an adult. You go to them. You don't. Yeah. Well, recent in a situation like that recently was when we lived at the last place. The guy two houses down from us was an ex-con and a racist. And him and his jailhouse wife, giant beast, were squeezing my son out of his parking spot, and he got really mad about it and all that. And I said, fucking go down there and talk to him. You go to, and my wife, his mom says, no, I'll do it. And I said, well, you're going to do it alone because he needs to go talk to them, not you. And when the wife went down there and talked to him, then they stopped what they were doing, and I found the ex-con guy man to man. And I said, that was really fucking childish of what you guys did. And he just stopped and went, yeah. I said, there was no need for any of that. It was very childish. Shouldn't do that kind of behavior. And it never happened again. But I was trying to teach my son, if you have a problem with somebody, you go directly to them. Don't go get your mom. And he was an adult when this happened.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he was like 20.
Lord.
He was like 20 years old, a young adult.
Yeah.
You go talk to them. Yeah, you go talk to them. Don't go tell your mom.
Well, I can understand if you're 10 years old, you go to your mom.
Correct. But when you're 20, man, you got a pair of balls between your legs, son. Sack up. Go over and talk to them, I think that's like the three of us talking here. We were all in the military, and that's one thing that the military teaches you. You're on your own. You're a man. You know how to handle yourself. You don't be shy. The shy guy gets run over, But yeah, that just from my own experience, that weirdo neighbor, there comes a point when I'm not going to talk to him anymore. But he followed me around the supermarket several times and stuff like that. He kept doing it.
What annoying.
Because he
and frustrating.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It come to time when talking to him did nothing good, because this is broken. This doesn't work anymore. Yeah. And that's but that's life. I'm more afraid of common street crime than I am from the government. All these people think that the government's going to come do this and come and do that. Well,
they might for somebody who's like high profile, but for the average Joe, they don't have the resources.
Exactly, or the competency. There's a lot of nepotism and incompetence in government. So, the most I've done that's government based is on my channel. I took some of my gun videos and I put them on private because they changed the gun laws here in Washington State recently. None of my guns are illegal or altered or anything. They're right out of the box, and I just don't want to. I don't want to give them anything to work on.
Yeah, I understand
there's my conspiracy thing. As far as being afraid of the government, no, I'm not. Yeah. just don't give them something. Don't give them any information.
Do you watch Wayne the Ungrateful Peasant, Bob?
Yeah.
Like he's like, even he says, like, if you're not on at least one government watch list, then you're not, you're doing it wrong. Basically, it's a statement.
Yeah.
Like, you should be on a government watch list if you're in this community.
Yeah, I suppose if you want to come, hell, if they come with a warrant and want to search my house, and go ahead. Look into my past. Okay, go ahead. I'm just one of those normal dudes, just a boring guy, an old retiree, and worked at the same job for 30 years. And whoopee. Wow.
Yeah,
a lot of excitement there.
Just be careful they don't catch you with your pants around your ankles and a handful of poop in the other hand.
Yeah. I you know why I say that, don't you? Is because a lot of people on lives or on comments will ask, what are you going to do if somebody breaks in your house or whatever? Number one, I'm smart. I don't say, oh, I'm going to pull a gun on them and kill them. No, don't put that out there, because if you are under arrest for shooting and putting somebody down, they're going to open up all of your YouTube. They're going to open up all of your Facebook, your everything. And look, Your Honor, right here on this date, he said he has intent to kill. Well, that can get you hanged, man. That can get you. I went through divorce court, family court with my ex-wife for years. And especially if you don't put nothing in writing, for God's sakes.
Well,
man.
that's why a lot of the self-defense attorneys and everything, they advise, for people that have no trespassing signs and stuff like that, do not put up, we don't dial 911, even though you think the signs are funny and they're innocent. The court of law, it could be used against you. Hell, even the type of clothing that you wear, if you wear anything that's like overtly patriotic, or you ever seen any like the Line 9 T-shirts, where it says free helicopter rides, and showing them throwing terrorists off of a UH-60 Blackhawk.
Yeah,
like, can't even have that on, because, like I said, it'll be used against you in a court of law. Heaven forbid you're actually legally and lawfully defending yourself or defending your property.
That's mine right there. Private property, no trespassing. I have those.
Yeah, show me your sign. Oh, that okay.
Around my property. Yeah, that up there. Private property, no trespassing. If you go overboard with that stuff, it can be used against you. But I'm smart. I don't do that. Crazy stuff, man. But I suppose I might be on some watch list somewhere.
I know I am, but like,
well,
I have a feeling. That the person, the list that might be of interest to might be the agency of going by ATF.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure I'm on their list because all my firearms were legally purchased from a licensed dealer or store.
Yep.
There you go. Well, they already have a list of what firearms we have. Okay.
Even though the dealer is supposed to destroy those lists, I think it was after 90 days or something like that. 6 months or 90 days, and then they're trying to change the laws so they can't. And the whole idea is that way that there's no registry that's created.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't. I'll go right back to what I said earlier. You have more to be concerned about with normal street crime than you do from the government doing anything to you.
I agree with that. Especially when you're a senior citizen and you're not so fast anymore, and
And that's what predators prey on mostly, is senior citizens. So that's one thing I have to be careful about. So.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Chuck Norris is a senior citizen, but you don't see anybody preying on him.
Yeah, true. If they know him, they're like, hey, that's Chuck Norris. No, he'll kick your ass.
He'll roundhouse kick you in the mouth.
He'll kick your ass, dude. Don't do it. Yeah. Well, I'll finish this smoke with you fellas, and wanted to make an appearance here, but yeah, it's just, I mean,
tie-dye.
I live a normal life. If you want to get in a, if you want to get an assessment on my life from my videos or the lives I attend, okay, okay. Go ahead. I mean, if you know where I live and my full name because you read it on a medication bottle on one of my videos, like, okay, that's fine. Just don't walk in my house. That's the limit right there, is that threshold door. Don't come in the house. Don't come in the house. Even if it's a YouTuber I'm familiar with, if you come walking into my house, it's not going to work out well.
Trespass, and you have a right to defend yourself if you feel like your life's in danger. Because if a person's willing to barge in without your permission, even if they may or may not be violent or may not show you overtly violent tendencies, that just, to me, is just a sign of unpredictability. Whether if they're capable of doing this, what are they going to do next?
Yes, correct. Yeah. And they drive from another state to just, that's kind of like, dude, I'll talk to you through the window. I'm not going to open the door for you. If you come from another part of the US just to see me without prior knowledge, that ain't right, man. You ain't coming in the house. You got something broken up here, dude. But I'll be honest with you, Shadow, if Verna wants to fly from the Philippines to, I'll stop right there. Well, my wife might be watching. Temptation.
Too much temptation, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I know.
Verna, the Vanessa Kitty.
No, Verna is a Filipina.
Oh, okay.
I met her on this channel, and she's really pretty, very sweet, and that's all. I use that shit to irritate Shadow. I'll say to Shadow, I should say to Shadow, man, how do you get all the good-looking women on your channel? What the hell do you do? I'm better looking than you are, Shadow. I'm much better looking. How do you do it, man?
I have no idea.
And then you start complaining to Shadow how there, Shadow and CR, how there's no women, there's no women on the board, the panel, and then you tell them that they're fired. How many times have you been fired now?
I'm not sure. I remember that when you started doing your lives like some time ago, Shadow, and you get these beautiful Filipinas coming up on your panel. Holy crap, dude. How do you do it,
Exactly, Iron Fire Horse.
I don't know, actually, but for some reason, they like me. I'm like a magnet.
It's the accent. Yeah. That's what it is. It's the accent. They're attracted to the accent.
Probably.
The accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like my buddy Ade was telling me, is like, if I was over there in England right now, just visiting for the holiday or whatever, he said I'd be picking up chicks left and right over there just because of my American accent.
I've experienced that overseas, Steve. Yeah. They get kind of starry-eyed, especially if you're tall. If you're 6-footer or so, the girls is kind of
I'm like I'm like 6'1". I'm not like super tall, but like I said, I'm I'm not like John in the Prepared Mind channel where he's like 6'6". You know, it's like I'm not like that, but you know, I'm just barely above 6 foot.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had the British women. I've been to England several times, and they kind of crane their neck because they're looking up at you because you're taller than most, and then you have an American accent. You can see it on their face. You're going like, wow.
I was told those Aussie women they really like the American accents too.
Mm-hmm.
They love our Canadians too. You know, depending on which part of Canada the person's from, a lot of their accents are very similar to some of the Western and Midwestern accents of America.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
When
the only tattletale sign is whenever you hear them, you know, blurt out, you know, a.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll pronounce a word just a little bit differently than we do here in the States. Like, oh, you're Canadian. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, CR, I think when he talks, it's more like American accent he has.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll say the word about. We say about. They say about.
Yeah, about.
Yeah.
About. That's what. Oh, you're Canadian. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Thor Haven.
I love Thor Haven. He's funny.
You can hear very clearly he's from
very
Canada.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah, well, he ain't hiding it either.
No, he's not. I like that guy. I like one of his videos when he did the parody of Silence of the Lambs.
Yes. Yeah, with the chickens.
Put the eggs in the basket.
Oh,
my God.
I wish he could join our live streams a little bit more, but I understand that his internet bandwidth is not good enough to you know, host live streams or even be a guest on a live stream. But like, oh God, he's pretty funny.
Yeah, he goes to some of the gardening, homesteading live streams, things like that. But he's a good guy. He's got a great sense of humor. I like the guy. Got a gorgeous wife, man. Holy smokes! Have you ever seen her? She's pretty, man.
No. That is funny though. Yeah, put the eggs in the basket.
Put the eggs in the basket. And who's one of my favorite ladies on YouTube here? Her name's Carol. It's Southern Florida Sunshine. She used to be a Fishes and Loaves live, and there's her and other women refuse to watch that movie because it's just too damn scary for them. You know,
I have to watch that movie again. I haven't seen that movie in almost 10 years now.
Oh, it's for free on like Tubi and things like that. Sometimes it
was on Netflix. I don't know if it still is.
It comes on and off of Netflix, and there's thousands of movie clips on YouTube.
Yeah, you know what's funny though? Like I'd seen the Joe Dirt movie before I'd seen that movie. I didn't realize that they were making references to the Silence of the Lamb and Joe Dirt.
Yeah, the guy sitting on the couch, put the lotion on its skin. Okay, man, come on. Oh God.
I'm gonna have to watch that movie all over again too. I haven't seen that movie in like, I'm not kidding you, probably like 20, 21 years.
It's worth a watch
when I seen that movie.
To me, it's one of the scariest movies out there because
what, Silence of the Lamb or Joe Dirt? Because Joe Dirt don't seem very scary to me.
No, the Silence of the Lambs. Yeah. Because they don't have to show the blood and gore to be scary. It's in your mind. You know, just the premise of a guy having a woman down in a dry well in his basement held captive. No, that's freaking scary stuff. You know?
Yeah. They based that off off of a real serial killer. I think it was Edward Gein or something like that.
Ed Gein. Most of the horror movies are based on that one guy who really did that stuff. Ed Gein scares me. I don't want Ed Gein to get my name and address. You know?
Yeah. And Hannibal, that Hannibal Lecter character, he was based off of actually, I think he was also based off of Edward Gein to a degree, but not saying. I think he was.
Yeah.
I think also another serial killer too, but also the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie was based off of Edward Gein.
Ed Gein, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you know, he's just. It's just like when I say that, you know, my neighbor, but he's a little odd. Step back, you know, if you get that feeling of somebody's a little odd, that's what the neighbors of Ed Gein used to say. Oh, that's just Eddie. He's just a little odd.
This is my next door neighbor. He has security cameras pointed at my house and has floodlights, you know, friggin' shines directly into my windows at night, and has a loudspeaker that every now and then will play a random noise whenever I'm home.
Yeah.
Nothing strange.
He's just a little odd.
It's just a little odd.
Yeah.
It's a little bit eccentric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, eccentric. Yeah, I like that, eccentric.
That's probably what some of my neighbors are thinking. You know, he put up more motion lights and cameras, and he's just a little odd. Okay, keep thinking that way. Just don't come in my front door. I had one of my neighbors come over this morning. Good guy next door. The guys who are directly next to us are really good people. You know, we talk over the fence, and the one young guy, he comes over and he's got a spoiled, rotten cat, and the cat's a house cat, and it got out again. And he walked up the driveway, and I look up, and he goes, "Hey, can I look in your backyard? My cat went under your fence." Yeah, man. So I opened the gates and, you know, have at it, dude. You know, have a look. We've got a good relationship among us in this area.
That's how the government agents find out everything about your life. They use the excuse, my pet got loose on your property. Can I go looking around back there?
Oh, that's right. And he says he works for the water department. Oh, that's right. He is a government agent. Oh my God. and I let him look underneath my deck and underneath my shed. I'm in trouble. They're gonna. I'm going to El Salvador. I'm gonna go on the run.
You better pack up your bags now, Bob, and take off to the Philippines early.
Go early. God damn. Yeah.
Well, maybe one of these days I'll make a trip up there unannounced and visit you prior to you leaving the Philippines.
We can talk in the front yard, but you know, but just don't go through that door unannounced. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you made prior arrangements, and you know, you can come visit. That's fine. You know.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, but I won't be alone in the house. You know.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I'd actually be like, let's go meet up someplace public. I don't know, McDonald's. Or
I was gonna say, do it like how the young ladies out dating do it. They go, let's go meet in the public place first, so I can get a kind of an assessment. Yeah. 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 I better run for Ecuador, or maybe I'll go live way out there in the desert, off the grid in the desert or something. Like some of the characters you've run into in the preparedness community. Oh my God, man.
Well, you know, it was like the live stream that I did a few months ago with Steve Corsair Trainers. You know, talking about the hardcore survivalists and the wannabe, and it's like, well, the hardcore guys, you don't hear, you know, you saying you don't hear about them. It's like, yeah, because those guys are off grid. Like they don't even have a phone. Like those guys are off living out in like the Alaskan wilderness. They're not even being documented, you know, as far as like National Geographic or anybody's concerned.
Yeah. I'm going to go real quick here and go to a Filipino party. And I met a fella at the last Filipino party who is one of those guys. He's off grid. And, you know, he says, "Are you a prepper?" I said, "Yeah, you can call me that." And, "Do you have your 4 Patriots food?" And I said, "No, we store the food that we eat every day. I don't want the dehydrated stuff." And after talking to him for a while, I can understand why he's very cautious. Is because he lives in an area like where I used to live. He's surrounded by crack junkies. Yeah, and he gave me a tip, something I might get soon. A real big, powerful flashlight. He's run 4 crackheads off of his property with a big, powerful flashlight. You know, he shines it through the windows right on him. And he said that makes him turn around and go every time, even though he's got cameras and all that. But when they know that they're under observation directly, that's when they'll stop and they'll leave. They said, "Man, that's a good tip. That's a good tip." You know.
In that case, we're talking about a couple of thousand lumens on that flashlight.
Right. That's what he said. He said even during the daytime, if he's had to shine it's a big one. He's had to shine it on their face during the daytime, and that'll make him turn around and leave his property. Good tip. Good tip.
Yeah, as long as.
Oh, did you, Iron? He's probably going to be there today because he's a relative of the fellow I'm going to go visit with. Going to have I made my friend Dan. I got a whole Amazon box full of fire starters I made for him. And during the COVID lockdown and all that, I made a whole box full of them. But I said, to hell with the restrictions. These are my friends. I drove up to their house and gave them to them. And last time we all got together for a party, he asked, "Hey, do you got any more of those fire starters?" Because they have a wood stove in their house and all that property where they burn brush. "Yeah, man, I'll make you some more." So I'm real close with his wife. The reason why we got so close is because she speaks Bisaya, and I used to work with her. And this was years ago, guys. I've known these guys for 15 years, 16 years. And she said, "Oh, good. There's another Filipina who speaks my language. I'm tired of speaking Tagalog." Their house was the first place I took my wife when she arrived here in the States. I took them direct up to Dan's house. And you know what the first thing? Because I used to work with Cecilia, and I flirt with the Asian ladies quite a bit at work. Nothing over the top. Just I look at them, go, "Oi, oi," just like that. And the Asian girls are like, but the first thing Cecilia, her name is Cecilia, and first thing Cecilia said to my wife, she goes, "Your husband is a flirt."
Every time I hear that name Cecilia, it makes me think of that Simon and Garfunkel song.
Simon Garfunkel, yes, yeah. That's the house I'm going to go to over there today. I'm going to bring my camera just in case. I might film a Filipino party a little bit.
Again, I'm
just
kind
see
of
what
going
the
back
mood
to
is like.
OPSEC, but I don't want to I don't want you to answer this unless you feel comfortable answering. These are the same kind of people you said that you guys would network with, with Mount Rainier.
Yes, those are the people. Yeah, some of them. Yeah. Filipinos don't turn Filipinos away. They're very clannish, especially when they're living in another country.
Yeah,
they always go to each other for help, and they know that they're not going to get turned away at the doorstep. Yeah, these are some of the people. Yeah,
I've heard similar things with other cultures, especially
for instance, like that one book, like that one book series, and I think I told you about it, 299 Days, which is about a light civil war that would happen in the United States in present day. But it's all focused around, like I said, Olympia, Washington, and Tacoma, and Seattle, Washington, all that, and Forks, Washington. But like in one book, you know, the one book of the 10-book series, this one, I think she was Vietnamese or she was Korean, but she went and approached the other character who was Korean. And the only reason why she's an elderly woman, the only reason why she was approaching him to ask him for his help is because there was nobody else from her family or nobody else that was also Korean or Vietnamese that could help. So, and she felt deep shame having to ask Hit for his help, but you know, she knew that other Asians, you know, in time of crisis wouldn't turn the other ones down. And
right.
She, you know, she asked for his help to basically escort her to and from the store to buy food and get her prescription medications filled at the drugstore so she wouldn't get assaulted or robbed.
Yeah, that's how the Filipinos are, especially if you're a senior citizen. Yeah, they'll really help each other out. Yeah, that's true. I have confidence in the Filipinos that we know that if a flood happened and we have no place to go, they'd take us in, because there's been circumstances where during ice and snow, when the weather is really bad and my wife still has to get home, she knows that she can sleep on someone's couch, because several of the Filipinos she works with goes, yeah, man, you know, come and sleep on my couch. I live nearby, you know, and that's just how they are.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's their culture, so.
Yes, it is. It is. I see that a lot even when I'm over there, guys. I got it on video once when one of the neighbor ladies with her baby in her arms, she walked in the house and went to the housewife, my sister-in-law, and then my sister-in-law served her up a plate of food, you know, and the gal sat there and fed her baby and fed herself. That's how they are. I think she was probably on some hard times, and they don't turn each other away as long as they got a little bit of rice and something to eat. They always give food, always.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you want not to get all religious, but I mean, I think there's like some passages from the Bible that basically state something along the lines like, you know, do not help others until you basically helped yourself. So basically, you know, you've got to be in the position to lend out aid and assistance before you go out and try to lend aid and assistance. Otherwise, you're going to make the situation worse. So that's basically what I've gathered from the passage. Like I said, I'm just kind of like, you know, paraphrasing it because I don't remember how they wrote it. But like I said, no, it's along those lines.
I'll see if I can get a little bit of video when I go up there shortly. And we're in good hands when we're at those parties, because there's always at least one or two doctors, actual physicians or surgeons, Filipinos, and the rest of them are registered nurses and on and on.
That's awesome.
Professionals, you know. So somebody gets hurt, no worries. Yeah.
Better than a guy that's in your friend circle who only has a first aid card and a CPR card, and that's it.
These people have practical hands-on experience. Yeah. We did run into one circumstance at one of Dan's parties. One of the girls got stung by hornets, and she's allergic. And the kids came running out of the woods, and because my two kids were with them. They were when my kids were young, and my two kids went through the pathway. They had I guess they had Bigfoot set up and, you know, different shit, you know, for the kids to go walk through the woods. My two kids were first in line, and I guess they kicked a rotten log stepping over it. and that's what made the hornets come out, and it stung the other kids behind.
Oh.
And out come a bunch of kids that I don't know any of them, and they're screaming, and one girl runs up to me screaming, and I stood up. Well, what's wrong? What's wrong? And my two sons come out of the woods, and I said, what's wrong? And she turned her back and lifted up her shirt, and she had these hornets hooked to her, and they were nailing her. You know how a hornet can do. They can pound you. You know, so I swept them off of her back, and then she goes, allergic. Oh shit! I ran her to the house and found her mom, and her mom had yes, in the car, and gave her an injection right away. And then Dan and Cecilia made everyone move their cars out of the way. You know, move. They've got to go to the ER. They have to go, and then off they went.
Yeah.
You know. But there were so many nurses there that they were in good hands. If she had went into anaphylactic shock, there's RNs standing right next to that kid. You know.
I mean, aside from not having the medical equipment there, I mean, yes. Well, actually, they might actually have some stuff stashed away.
You know they do. Yeah, we do in all of our cars. Yeah.
I wish I could have some of the other, more advanced medical, but obviously you can't have anything outside of your general, acetaminophen and basically aspirin without having to get a prescription.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Because we got too many people out there that abuse the barbiturate drugs.
Correct. Yeah.
Because I ain't gonna lie, to me, having some bottles of morphine and some antibiotics and everything, maybe some epinephrine. To me, that'd be useful, especially if you have somebody that's sensitive, does get stung or somebody does get hurt, in situations like medical situations where somebody needs some pain numbing medication to put them under or some sort of local anesthetics. Pain kills. Pain and trauma kills.
It does. That's right. Puts you into shock. Yeah, it does kill you. The most that we have as far as that kind of stuff is the pharmaceuticals. I mean, is that we've got extra blood pressure medication and diabetes medication. We've got extra. Because my wife's in the business and she knows how to talk to the doctor.
Yeah.
So we have extra sitting here,
That is
and it's in a container, and if we have to run out of here, just grab that stuff, throw it in the backpack, and off we go. In fact, I have a vest that's got extra blood pressure medication and stuff like that in it, in case we have to walk out of here because of the Antifa animals.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys hear the good news?
What?
The good news about those guys, Antifa.
No.
The state of Georgia, how Antifa has been attacking a facility that they're under construction for training fire, police, EMTs. The state of Georgia enacted the RICO Act against Antifa. You know what that is?
No, I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't know what RICO.
Okay, the RICO Act is what Giuliani used to break the back of the Italian mafia in New York City, where you are now listed as a domestic terrorist organization, and now they go right after, bam, your finances, if you are an association with that group. And I saw when Georgia announced it, they already had a whole billboard full of people that they just took under arrest.
Wow.
If you fall under the RICO Act, you're going to go to jail, and then it's going to get sorted out after you're locked up. Yeah, Georgia did that to Antifa, and I'm quite sure that there's going to be other states who follow. They set the precedent,
Yeah. Now,
I do see that
Thank
though
God.
being a
Somebody,
bit of like
somebody needs
I'm
to do
not
something to those
defending
guys.
Antifa because they get what's coming to them, but I do see this being a bit of a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
You know, them doing this to.
It can be. Yeah.
They could declare, you know, I'm just going to make up a group. You know, they happen to be, you know, survivalist prepper types. You know, Group X or whatever. You know, they're patriotic and everything like that. You know, everything you see that they post on social media is patriotic. They're obviously in support of the country, but they're also, you know, they're also heavily into self-reliance, but the government arbitrarily, you know, lists them as a domestic terrorist group, or Southern Law Poverty Center lists them as
That could be. Yeah.
terrorist group, and anybody associated with them now are getting investigated and getting arrested and all this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the RICO Act opens up a lot of doors as far as their funding. The people who are sending them funding, they already know who they are and they're arresting them.
Has George Soros ever actively sent Antifa money?
You know, as I understand, it's the Democratic National Party instead of, because George Soros is like the boogeyman.
Yeah.
It's the Democratic National Party who's funding these guys who are doing anything they can to disrupt the elections. Period. Yep. Because I hear George Soros, well, who the hell is that? You know, but you know, you understand what I mean. He's like the boogeyman to me, anyway. I don't know who the fuck he is, but yeah. No, I'm gonna have to bounce out of here, guys, and go get some Filipino food.
Okay.
So.
I got you.
No problem, Bob.
Yes, to you fellas.
Thanks for
All right.
stopping by.
Talk to you later, Bob.
All right. Well, Shadow, I want some sexy Filipinas up on your panel next week, okay?
Oh, hey,
otherwise,
Bob.
You're fired.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bob, I would, in all seriousness, no joke, I would like to get some contact information from you sometime.
Okay. Well, just put your email address on your channel,
all right,
and we can go that way.
All right.
Okay. All right. Peace, everybody.
Bye, Bob.
Peace. That was fast.
Yeah.
Besides, I think it's time to wrap things up.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that, man. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
do other things today, and I figure it's 5:38 over here. It's like gotta be past midnight over there.
Yeah, it's almost 20 minutes left to 22 minutes to 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, and thanks for everybody who showed up. If anybody's still left.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I said, I'll probably be replaying this live stream to myself so that way I can catch up on everything that all the guest speakers came in here and gave information for.
Yeah.
Especially TV and especially Nud with the information on the water purification.
Yeah. I put the link Hendo put in the chat. I put that in a private chat for you.
All right, cool. Okay, I got the link opened up, so.
Yeah.
Wait, we're still live, aren't we?
Yeah, we
Thought
are.
we were hanging up here.
Well, I hang up now, so.
All right.
Okay, guys, take care, stay safe, be prepared.
Have yourself a good one.